traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Better people. Go, baby. Better people. The engine's roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we the name, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, ain't looking back. Tires screaming as we take that turn. Fuel and fire in our hearts we burn. Opponents in the mirror, they can't keep up. Keep the
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our PHG World Series final event. We have two incredible races queued up for everyone today, and we are ready for the excitement, assuming it is going to be no less exciting than last week was. We saw two very good races. The top split came down to just fractions of a second between our first, second, and third positions. We expect no less today. I am joined by my colleagues in the booth here today, Mr. Mustang Chuck and C Dubs. Mr. Mustang Chuck, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I am doing wonderful. I'm super excited for today's races. It has been an incredible season up to this point, and we know these guys have put in some incredible amounts of time to get prepared for today's race. C Dubs, how about you, sir? How are you? Are you excited for today's races?
I am good. I'm ready to go. I wasn't able to watch last week, so I had to go back and watch, at least kind of breeze through them. And yeah, that was some crazy racing last week. The ending to that last race, that was insane there between Racer 51 and Wade. That was pretty crazy. But I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we know these guys are going to put together another close finish for us today. But before we get into racing, let's take a brief minute and thank our sponsors. First of all, we have Lithograph Comics, and they're not just a store. It's rather more of a comic book enthusiast who's been bringing awareness to the hobby and the comic book collecting community. You can find them on Instagram, aka Greg. Or, well, aka Litho, actually. He's going to share comic book history, stories, and all of his personal collection, which spans an incredible 35-year comic book journey. That is Lithograph Comics, and again, you can find them on Instagram. The other fantastic sponsor we have had through this season is Vexed Graphic Design. You will see a lot of their work here with the PHG series. So they have been absolutely amazing throughout this season, providing us some incredible graphics that we've used throughout the season. Thank you. Big thank you to Vex for helping making this season look so good throughout the World Series season that we have had for PHG. Bravo to you guys. Thank you. And before we go any further, while we're thanking people, let's take a moment and bring in the one, the only, the proprietor of PHG. It is Papa himself. Papa, how are you this afternoon, sir?
I am doing amazing, yo. How's everybody here?
What's up, Papa? All is well.
What's up, Pops?
We are just, digging our nails into the table, ready for this race. I'm clamoring for it. So these are both going to be excellent. We know these guys are going to put on a show for us. But
Absolutely.
Before we get there, Papa, we wanted to take a second and obviously thank you for the PhD community in itself. Tell us a little bit. Obviously, you've been streaming for a very long time. Was there ever a point throughout the journey where you had to kind of take a step back and go, you know what, this is turning out to be something really, really special?
Honestly, I probably had that feeling from week 1, or even before week 1, when we had all the signups going through. When we got to like 60, 70 registered drivers before the first race even started. And honestly, I have to attribute that and congratulate Shaggy for putting the whole thing together. It's just, I never imagined it would go the way it has. Racing's been incredible. Shaggy's combos have been amazing. And we all know Polyphony Digital's watching Shaggy, because we're at the same track the following week. So
That's right. That's right.
it's been amazing. It's just been amazing. And as most of you know, I've been, I want to say incapacitated, but I've had very limited time to do anything with the league behind the scenes. But the group of guys that have come together and put this together and keep it going, from all the production crew, Sal, Toon, TK, SlowMoe, E-Dubs, Chuck. I mean, the list just goes on and on behind the scenes. It's amazing. I'm baffled. So yeah, to answer your question, yes, since week 1, I have been in shock and awe about how this thing is going.
Well,
Yeah,
Papa,
go ahead.
I was just going to jump in real quick and tell you, we've not had this conversation, but when you're bouncing around on YouTube, probably a year and a half ago, this is how I come about onto the team. And I'm bouncing around on YouTube, and I popped on your channel. I'm like, man, this dude is like a genuine good guy who really enjoys interacting with his people. So, Papa, that wasn't by mistake. That's you. You did this, and it's just your personality that brings it in. You can tell you're a genuine dude, and I think that's what people appreciate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and if it weren't for y'all's encouragement, I wouldn't be up here behind the mic doing something like this. If you could have told me when I first started getting involved in PHG, when I first subscribed to you after I got into you in that first turn in what was it, Fuji, I think it was. If you could have told me that we'd have grown as much as we have, and me being behind the mic here doing some commentary, I'd have told you, man, no way. No way. That's not me. But here I sit behind the mic, and it's all thanks to all that you've done to help build this community, Pops.
Absolutely.
The whole community started basically. I mean, it was just a place for guys to hang out and girls to hang out and just go race. Banter back and forth and just have fun.
Yeah, that leads me into a question that I have, Pop. So when did it finally click into your head when, hey, maybe we should really start getting a little more organized and doing all the things we do?
Honestly, it was during one of the Naughty Racing League seasons. We had like 30 or 40 PHG drivers join the team in like a month's time frame. It was like, okay, this just blew up. We better do something to control this a little bit. So we created the officers, and everybody has roles, and it is. But I mean, it was like for every NRL race, we had like 5, 6, 7 new PHG drivers all of a sudden. So once we started getting bigger, that's when Leo, who was our recruiting officer, that's when we put that position in place to kind of start vetting people, because we know there's some drivers out there we don't want on the team, because we do have a standard to uphold.
Yeah, we have a brand to protect.
Yep. So that's where Leo's position was initiated, which he's been doing an incredible job at. And right now the PHG sits, we're somewhere around the 95 to 100 mark for his team drivers.
That's just incredible.
Yeah, and that's just drivers, right? That's not how many people are in the community or on the Discord or participating through the streams. That's just people racing under the PHG flag, right?
Yeah, that's not counting fans.
Right. That's just PHG drivers.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It is. And I, going through Discord and the YouTube channel, I see it every day and the numbers that are growing, and it's humbling. And then, with this league, we get to race other teams like CBR and RSR and FSR. And it just, I love it. I love it.
We love it too, Pops. We love hanging out here and talking cars and racing, or even just general life stuff. And if you look at our Discord, all the various different sections. I know I put a diecast section in there for all of us diecast nerds. You got music, you've got food, art, all sorts of different stuff we can chat about as a community outside of racing too, which is super cool.
Well,
Yeah, and I know there's
also brings it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, SlowMoe. I was going to say, even with the community, I mean, we've even done some charity event. It's $2,700 for St. Jude. A couple years ago now, we raised, a few $100 for another subscriber and community for a guy that was affected by the hurricanes down in Florida. Mm-hmm. Yep. And we all come together as a group. That's the amazing thing.
Yeah.
It is, Pop, and that's actually what I was just getting ready to comment on. There's obviously a lot of race teams out there. There's a lot of different communities that are, around different varieties of racing, whether it be sim racing or real life racing. But in my experience, the PHG community seems to be one of the largest and most tight knit group of people. There's something to be said about. My goodness, it could be 2:30 in the morning. You can jump on the Discord and end up having a 2.5, 3 hour conversation with somebody. So there seems to always be somebody in there. The motto of great racers, better people could not be more true for the PHG community. And I know I talk about sometimes how special it is, but until you actually get in there and meet some of the folks in there and make yourself some new friends, you just don't understand. So maybe a great time to point out, there are links to the Discord, the website. This won't be the last PHG World Series, I assure you. There are going to be more. So, Shaggy is already kind of working on some of his things that he wants to put together. Papa, let's talk a little bit about this season here. We saw a lot of rain this year, right? Is that something you could do without going forward? Have you given Shaggy a little elbow, like, hey man, less of the rain?
I was going to bring that up. Can we fire? No, I'm just kidding.
I am actually not a fan of the rain. I pulled out some halfway decent, solid drives in the rain, but I'm not a fan of it. However, for the season and the league itself, I think it's a must-have. You need to have the intangibles that we can, create. I think it makes for good racing and drama.
Yeah, and I'll agree with you on that one, Pops. I'm right with you. Racing is supposed to be done in bright sunny weather where the sun's beating down and it's in the middle of the summer. It's a beautiful day, but at the same time, it's one of the truer tests of your skill to adapt as a driver. When all of a sudden rain's coming down, what do, driver? Do you stay out that extra lap and maybe get some track position, or do you play it safe and come in and switch off to the intermediates or the wets? It's a unknown variable that can get thrown in to really test your strategy and skills as a driver.
Yep. And I think, again, I know I've said it a couple times already, but I think Shaggy did an A++ job putting this season together. So kudos to Shaggy. Thank you, Shaggy. And honestly, I know I've missed some people, but thank everybody. That includes the drivers or the people that just show up and, on stream like we have today, 30 watching right now. And we haven't even started the race, so I'm sure they're tired of hearing me. But you guys, let's just have some great racing. Stay tuned to the Discord and the website for the upcoming PHG World Series Season 3. Dates and stuff will be announced soon. Let's just go with that.
Yep. All right. Papa, nobody ever gets tired of listening to you. That's why we keep coming back for more. So thank you so much for everything you do. I know you've had a lot going on. You know that we all love you. We're here for you. You have got one of the most incredible communities behind you. So just know that without you, we wouldn't all be here as a group. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Well, now I think we can jump into our round info here and take a look at what our drivers are going to be up against today. C-Dubs, do you mind running us through the round info?
Sure. So we are on our final round 4 of the finals. We are at Catalunya with no chicane. We're going to have 40 laps. Tires are set at 4 times. All racing tires are required. We've got 3 times burn rate on fuel, and we are in the Group 3 cars today.
Yeah, and as we talked about, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a potential for rain here. Am I mistaken?
I actually haven't heard. I don't know about that.
Okay, I think Catalunya can see rain. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but on the screen here, we've got our respective manufacturing and the drivers that are running them. You can see we will be doing the guys there in driver. Let's see which one's which here. Driver 1 will be first, if I'm not mistaken. Shazam, Jersey, Nasty, Speed Bump, Talon. And I apologize, I've got it mistaken. So Papa Oso, Corn Identity, Oak or Naranjo, Shaggy, Sheldologist, Slowpoke, Velvet Thunder, Cornbread, Ecstasy, Fernando B, Jazam, Real Shanman, Josh76, and KP Wilcox will be in our first split here. And obviously, we've seen these guys put on an incredible show in the past. We expect nothing less from them. Guys, do you have any expectations? I mean, we've made guesses in the past, and really, sometimes we're right, sometimes we're not. What do you guys? Anybody you have picked in this first split to bring home a win for today?
Well, only because I'm biased. I need Corn Identity up there, in that Genesis. I'm Team Genesis. We're down by 1. I mean, if you're listening, well, you're probably not. You're probably on the track, but I'm going to need him to step it up today. Maybe take Papa Oso out early or whatever. I didn't say that out loud, did I? I was thinking that. But no, I'd like to see the Genesis guys and BMW. I think I'm not sure. I think they're within striking distance. I can't remember. I know it was the last slide there, but I'm thinking BMW is in striking distance too. So it's going to be tight.
They are, and I know Oak is certainly biting to get himself up to that top of the leaderboard and stay there. Mustang Chuck, how about you? Any expectations for our drivers in the first split here today?
I don't really have anything concrete. The only thing I can say is I really wish I saw Ford farther up on the leaderboard. Obviously, if you've been around for a while, I'm a Ford geek, and to see Team Fartrari all the way up at the, up running in 4th, brings a tear to my eye a little bit. So I guess what I'm hoping to see is Team Fartrari not getting on the podium, because I'm not a Ferrari fan.
Okay, so Chuck is rooting against Shaggy in the first one.
You're my buddy, Shaggy. I love you to death, but I don't like Ferrari.
In the Ferrari. As June would say. Yes, very good. I think Oak has what it takes to get it done. I know he's definitely put in a lot of work to prepare for today's race. I am going to put BMW on my list of. I don't know that I could do a win place show. It's kind of tough for me, but I think Oak has a really good chance. Obviously, I'm rooting for the commentators, so I love it when we see the commentators can do well and be competitive. I didn't get my name by mistake, so I am. I'm one of those guys. I love being on track. I love getting out there and racing, but when you get into competitions like this, man, these guys they put in so much more effort than your average driver, and it shows on track. So I would imagine our drivers are probably getting close to starting qualifying here in just a second. I have not seen an update from Shaggy just yet, but we're going to get out on track with them here in just a few moments. Mustang Chuck, what are the keys for these guys here at Catalunya today?
I guess the keys are just to have a good, solid tire strat, and I believe there's no fuel modifier. Just have a good, solid tire strat and figure out when you need to come in and swap out your tires, because you do have to use all 3 tires, and just knowing when the optimal time is to switch those tires based on the evolving situation on the track.
Okay, very good. And qualifying is getting ready to kick off here. C-Dubs, what about you? Anything in addition to what Mustang Chuck mentioned that you think is going to be important for our drivers today?
Well, just like every race, a 40 lapper consistency, right? So you got to have that strategy, but you've got to hit that apex and your acceleration points, your braking points consistently, lap after lap after lap. And to me, that's what separates these guys that are constantly coming in first and second versus the guys that are just as fast in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, but they're just so good at staying consistent throughout the whole deal.
And the drivers are out on track. Take a look at Shaggy Doo. And the game audio is hot. Boy. Woo. So we want to
Love the sound of these engines.
move over to Narajo, otherwise known as Oak, in the Mountain Dew BMW. There is Miss Covington, who we forgot to mention is also one of our other commentators, also has a very good chance to win. Taking a look at Papa Oso, that is one shiny vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Has
Give
to
some
see in that
cyberpunk vibes on
monster.
that. And there we go. Nice little Porsche.
And
Very
he's ready to eat up the competition with that Porsche, you can see. Ghetto out there.
We're out there. Mm-hmm. Sheldon the GTR.
Fernando, yep, in the
Fernando in the
Corvette.
vet. Yep.
There you go.
The American-made guy out there.
There you go. Let's get some nasty.
Yeah, there you go, Chuck.
Say
The
it,
other
say it.
American vehicle.
Who do we have?
Shazam!
Shazam! That's right.
And there is your Team Genesis Corn Identity.
Let's go, Corn.
Let us know in the chat who you think is going to bring home the W for the first split this afternoon. Big shout out to all of our viewers today. I see some of you guys out there. Talon, Jorge, Johnny Boy, Rob. Appreciate you guys joining us. Who is bringing home the victory today?
You know, Papa Oso's been hot the last few races, so you got to know he's got to be up there without any crazy mistakes. He's going to be in there. And, you know, Oak, I mean, most of these guys here are always contenders, so it's so hard to say, but Papa Oso's definitely been sitting at the top of the pack the last few races.
Yeah, you know, it's true. And I mean, even with the first split drivers that we saw last week, we didn't know if it was going to be a blowout or not. But if you haven't watched last week's races, I definitely recommend checking them out. It was all the way down to the wire. So there is Tism Box driving under the Mist Covington. Tism is an author as well, so hook up with him, and if you want to check out some of his work.
And always has purple in his livery.
Curious, who was the band that made that song Purple Haze? I saw that on the back of his bumper, and that song's in my head. Who was it?
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi
Hendrix.
Hendrix.
Wasn't it? I was about to
that's
say,
right.
that's Hendrix.
Yeah.
Hendrix!
And the Jimi Hendrix Experience. As our drivers are coming through on their first hot lap, we'll see how this grid ends up shaping up. And it looks like we've got Papa Oso currently sitting in the top position with a 141.310. Oak not far behind him in second, with Flux Flare currently sitting in P3. Shaggy's got himself up to a fourth position, and he is obviously going to try and
trouble back
improve.
behind Shaggy in fifth.
Don't know if we got a chance to see what happened there. Check the replay.
See what happened. Got a little wide. Got a little wide.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, yep, and that AstroTurf will make it slippery out there.
Oh, yeah.
And if you wonder what we're talking about with that AstroTurf, you can see it's almost like a light green color there, just on the outside of the track. Papa Oso just went over that. That's AstroTurf. So It is not the best thing to drive on for traction, to say the
Nope.
least.
Better than grass,
Really?
worse than asphalt.
And if it rains, oh my goodness, it's a slip and slide.
It's oil. That's right. There's Oak
So,
in the Mountain Dew.
yeah, and he is not very far off that lead time. Definitely looking to put himself up into the top spot, see how he can do. And he does not improve. Just a few tenths off of his first qualifying time there.
Flux is in the pits,
sitting
but
in the, yeah, I was about to say, who's sitting in the pits?
yep, Flux is sitting in the pits. Racer 51's in the pits. Looks like they're getting a fresh set of tires, but you know, you got to believe Flux is going to give them all they want here. He's usually pretty quick.
There is our current qualifying leader in Papa Oso, still holding on to that by 0.2 of a second.
You know, in these Super Formula cars here a while back, I think it was for the Toyota Cup, I actually won here. And that last turn in VR in the Super Formula cars it'll make your, especially in VR, it'll make give you some tummy ticklers. It definitely is kind of like, oh my God, you feel like you're on a roller coaster, man. And then Super Formula cars, you can, from what I remember, you can hold it wide open going in that last turn.
As we see Oak go through the time check here. Oh, it looks like he's just about a half second down. Papa Oso and 0.4 down on his previous time. So maybe not being able to improve for those two.
Obviously, the softs go quick. I don't know if you saw that, but the softs are going really fast. They're only getting, what, 2 laps tops?
Yeah, that is a short stint on soft, so that will make an enormous difference once these guys get out here for our full race.
Based on that, I wouldn't expect to see... Well, maybe they save softs for the last couple laps. I'm not sure how they're going to pull that off.
That's probably what I would do, especially with this long race. If it was a shorter race, it would be much more easier to do, you know, getting out in front with the softs. But with it being such a long race, I would wait until the last 2 laps to switch to softs.
Sure.
Big shout out to Bo Vegito for the super chat. $20. Bo Vegito, thank you so much. Thanks
you,
for the
Boba.
great season. I think we all would agree with that. This has been absolutely incredible season for the PHG World Series here. Definitely putting a stamp on the map here. PHG World Series has brought in so many drivers this season. I think, what was the busiest week we had? I want to say almost 70 drivers. It was just incredible to be a part of this season. Was it 60 the top? Okay.
Yeah, I felt like, did we go into a 5th split one time this season? I'm thinking that's right.
Yeah, there definitely was a 5th split because I was in it.
Was that SSC just purple? Are we going to see SSC move up the ranks here? I think he was just
SSC is
purple.
definitely looking to get himself moved up that leaderboard there. So let's ride along with him for just a moment as he comes through that left-hand turn, coming down to kind of a downhill and then a left.
Should get another time check here in just a second.
Oh, he may have ran just a smidge wide on that. I don't know if it's going to cost him or not. And it will. That's unfortunate. Just cutting that turn a little too sharp. Flux has got himself on a purple heater.
And not by a little. We're talking 0.3. That's he's rolling.
And he is looking to dethrone Papa Oso in that pole position currently. And it looks like we're getting towards the end of qualifying here. So these guys need to put their best foot forward and get themselves a good solid qualifying lap in to solidify their pit position. There is Flux Flair, speaking of doing just that. Put himself up into P1.
You like my Porsches, so that makes me smile. Get it, Flux.
And I hope I didn't
remained in 7.
hope I didn't curse Corn Identity asking for the win there, but I know he's faster than P8. Yeah, I know it. I hope I didn't.
And Corn getting a little wiggly there. I don't
Yeah.
know that he's going to get another opportunity to put another hot lap in, so he may be in P8, barring something else happening. So taking a look at Oak, who's trying to get himself up into 1 or 2 for the starting grid positions, onto the front row, if you will.
I'm not saying a word about these guys.
Yeah,
Obviously,
you're not talking about him.
yeah, I'll just be quiet, or at least not mention times.
You know, the commentator's curse is a fickle thing sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about Shaggy.
Yes, let's. Please, let's.
Who has got himself in P4. Coming down the final straight here. And looks like he is going to stay in P4 for the time being. So the final lap notification has come out.
Oh,
And we
there's
see
Oak.
Oak put himself up into pole with a 141 O's. Is that an 063? I think that might be an 083.
063.
An 063. That is a
900th
fantastic
second.
lap.
Fellow commentator, good job, Oak.
And here we have another fellow commentator who's still got himself some time left. Coming around this last right-hand turn to the straight.
Using all the track.
Oh, use it all.
He hung on,
Keep that
barely.
speed up.
Ooh,
Woo.
ooh.
Just for giggles, let's hit the ball.
Yep.
And it looks like that is going to set our starting grid. I don't know that we have anybody else on track on a hot lap. I think that will round out our grid here.
I think that's it.
Yep, and these guys are obviously, they're ready. You can tell by those qualifying laps. These guys are ready to put on a show here for the final. So let's take a look at our qualifying results. And Mustang Chuck, you want to run us through the qualifying results there, please?
Yeah, sure. So we've got Kay Naranjo in the BMW with a 141.063. Papa Oso in the Lambo with a 141.153. We got Flux Flare in the Porsche with a 141.280. We got Shaggy Doo in the Ferrari with a 141.639. We got Mist in the Viper America with a 141.723. We got Shotologist in the GTR with a 141.925. We've got Ecstasy in the McLaren, Papa's favorite, with a 142.248. And we've got Corn Identity in the Hyundai Genesis with a 142.276.
Sorry, Corn.
And we've got Dado in the F1 FT1 VGT with a 142.878. And Jazam in the Citroen. Jazam in the Citroen with a 142.997. We've got Fernando Button in the Vet with a 144.212. And we've got Nasty in the Ford GT race car with a 144.432. Sad Ford noises. And we've got Racer 51 in the RX Vision GT3 concept who did not set a time.
All right. While our starting grid is set for these drivers, I got to tell you guys, it is a little disappointing to see the American-made cars a little lower on the leaderboard than we'd like to see. You know, is that just the bops that these guys are unfortunately having to deal with right now? I mean, do you think there's anything they can do to be able to make some passes throughout today's race and get themselves up into the top 3?
I personally think it's bop related. You know, the bop never has seemed to do well for American cars in a very long time. I don't know why that is. There was that brief amount of time where the Ford GT race car, the older Ford GT, was OP, and then they nerfed it. But I personally think it's just bop related.
I would agree. Although the one thing they're throwing a wrench in our assessment there is Daily Race C this week with the Viper seems to be the meta or one of the metas. So
That's fair.
kind of odd to see that.
Yeah, to that point, obviously, Mist or also Tizenbox has done fairly well with the Viper on some of the tracks. There's been some other tracks where it maybe hasn't gone quite as well as he would have liked. So, maybe some of that bop energy is shifting over to Dodge as opposed to the Chevy and the Ford. It's still American, not generally the one I would lean towards. That Viper is a beast to drive. I feel like every time I get in there, it wants to bite me. So
Yeah, it wants to snake bite you, huh?
yeah,
I would agree. I really want to drive the Viper, and maybe once I get my wheel fixed again, I'll give it a shot again. But me racing in VR, it's weird how the dash is set up because it locks you into cockpit view for obvious reasons. You're in VR, and I don't like how the tack is set on it. I like the way, with the lights and everything like that show you where to shift instead of having to look down at, a bar or whatever have you. And it throws me off whenever I've tried to drive it. But maybe that's something I can practice on once I get back behind the wheel.
Well, and to your point, Chuck, as a VR driver myself, you probably recognize this too. A lot of times there's a car that's a meta, but we can't really drive it because maybe it's a right side drive and the pillar's right in the way of every apex that we're trying to hit and we can't see it. So that's one of the things you got to watch out for with the VR driving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm always impressed by anybody who's able to run this in VR. I'm not one of those people. I have tried it out. It does not work. I get like vertigo or something, but it is such a cool experience, man. It's almost too good, and I think that's why it gets me.
Oh, it's a rush.
All right. Well, I think we are just about ready to kick off our first race in today's PHG World Series final. Oh, yeah. Sound the horn. The drivers are in place. We have us a rolling start for this race, so the drivers are going to get going. And once they cross
was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Oh, good stuff. The wheels are rolling, so we are off on our first of two races today. Oak leading the way as they go down the straight. They're going to take a nice sharp, that's a right-hand turn, I believe. Yep. A lot of action can happen here as you see Papa Oso sneaking himself on the inside there. Oak able to maintain that P1 still. I think we may have had a little bit of shifting in the back, but not a whole lot. I see Flux has gotten himself outside. Looks like, so currently our first three are Oak, Papa Oso, Shaggy, followed by Flux. Ooh. Papa Oso is going to go ahead and take the inside line there and make a nice pass on Oak to get himself into that P1 position.
What was it that Senna said? If you see a gap,
take it.
Yep.
So, looking at Papa Oso, looks like he started on the mediums. I would anticipate a large portion of our field has as well. There's Oak, also on mediums. So, Flux is on the medium. Shaggy's medium. Waiting to see anything but medium. There's Ecstasy.
Sheldo's on the hards.
Sheldo went hard first. Okay.
Well, there was another set of racing hards up earlier in the pack, and I'm not sure.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, my apologies. Gatto was on the hards. Fernando and Shazam on the hard. Taking the hard route. There is Nasty. All right, back up to the leader. You can see Papa Oso has made a little bit of gap between him and Oak. He's almost 2 seconds up on him. And I think we're going to get a chance to look back to see that lead change. Again, here you go. So Papa Oso is behind Oak. You can see he's going to tuck himself onto the inside and just hit that apex nice and smooth. Right by Oak. There wasn't a whole lot Oak could do on that one. C-dubs?
Yeah, that all-wheel drive. I think that Lambo's all-wheel drive. Am I right about that?
It is.
And I believe that's what just he that helps him just pull out of that corner and keep the car straight. He's able to put more power down there.
Yeah.
Yep, and Oak has closed that gap very quickly. So we saw it 2 seconds just a few minutes ago. Now it's just it's kind of bouncing around between a half and closer to a second. These two guys are getting some space. You can see there's 2 seconds between Oak and the next driver in Flux Flare in P3. So, and obviously Flux Flare is under pressure from Shaggy and has unfortunately got himself a half-second penalty along the way.
And Flux is on the hards. He was our one up to the top of the grid that was on the hards. So
that's who it was. Yep.
Another reason might be pulling a gap there.
Right. Okay, and we'll see some of that shake up as these guys get into a few more laps. As we see Mist trying to put some pressure on Ecstasy there. He's got the inside line in a really good position. Doesn't give him the inside for the next turn, so let's see how Ecstasy manages that. Ecstasy is hitting that apex, both the drivers giving each other plenty of space. A really good show of sportsmanship there. And they're going side by side through this entire section. Look at these guys. As you see, Ecstasy with a little wiggle, and I think that wiggle made all the difference where Mist was able to make a pass and get that door closed, getting onto the straight. So here we see Daddy O, who is under pressure from Korn Identity. Korn is tucking to the inside and for preparation for turn 1. They're going to go 3 wide down the straight. No, that's a little different, as we see that penalty was served. So Korn's got himself up into P9. And he's going to be under a little bit of pressure from Racer 51. Not to mention Jazam right back in the mix.
Yeah, I expect to see Racer 51 push through the pack. You know, he didn't qualify. That was part of a stewarding decision from an incident last week. So that's why we saw him start from the back. But I think we all know Racer 51 is quick, and I expect him to make his way up through the pack pretty good.
Yeah, he's stupid fast.
He is. He's got the speed. And we see, unfortunately, Oak has got himself a half-second penalty, likely a track limit there, so he will be serving that through this lap, so that gap there between him and Papa Oso will increase just a smidge. It looks like that's going to give Shaggy an opportunity to put some pressure on him, and you see right behind Shaggy, Flux Flare has also got himself a half-second penalty.
That's 2 laps in a row for Flux, I believe. He's hit some track limits there a couple laps in a row. He's going to have to take a deep breath and reel it in and get back on pace.
Yeah, it's really easy to push a little bit too hard when, you know, you got yourself so excited. It is the final. Everybody wants to make the best representation for their manufacturers and their teams as possible. And we take a look at Mist Covington, who has still got Ecstasy right behind him and is trying to close the gap a little bit there to Shell in that GTR.
Talking about Flux again, you know, these drivers don't necessarily know what tires, you know, unless they're listening to the broadcast, which some of them do. I know I do sometimes, but he may not know what tires they're on, and he may think he's off pace, and so he's pushing a little extra hard, which forcing him into a track limit penalty. So I know I've been guilty of that as well.
Yeah, I can speak for myself. That is one thing that I definitely focus on, is trying to avoid penalties anytime I get on track. No penalties, no crashes.
There you go.
Both very hard to do.
Yeah, especially when you're under pressure from all around, you know, and trying to get the guy in front of you while trying to get the guy behind you, you know, off your tail. It can get very, you know, punishing when it comes to certain corners and certain complexes of turns when you're trying to work your way through.
Yeah, and we saw there Fernando looks like he's got himself a half-second penalty as we look at Papa Oso.
Real quick, Fernando's got a fan here in the chat. Good friend of his, HWP NASCAR dog, number 9. Looks like he's been giving some support to Fernando. So I just want to point that out real quick in the chat.
Oh, very cool. We'd love to see Fernando do well today. Obviously, he has done well to get himself into this race. So kudos to all the drivers for their season. They have earned their spots here in this split. Jumping on board with Oak, who is doing everything he can to keep up. He has served his penalty, and it doesn't look like it hindered him too terribly much as he's put up a purple lap. He did that with serving a penalty as well. Am I mistaken? Or was that last lap he served? Lap before he served, I think. Okay, my apologies there. So Oak is definitely putting his stamp on today with the fastest lap early. There is Shaggy, who has moved himself up into P3.
Shaggy's getting a groove here. Let's go, Shaggy. Get up there.
Yeah, and you got to watch out for that Ferrari. We've seen it be very viable with a variety of different combinations through this season.
Well, and that's Chuck's favorite too. I think he said. So he was really.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. Ford versus Ferrari is one of my favorite movies. Don't you put that evil on me.
I'm with you. That is also one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a very good movie. Even for non-car people, that's a very entertaining movie. My wife and my parents actually really enjoyed watching it.
So Sheldon's pushing up through the pack here. I haven't been paying that close of attention to him, but he's made a few positions here in the first few laps.
Yeah, Sheldon's got himself up into P5, so he's got by Mist Covington, which is not an easy feat. We know Mist has talent. And it looks like those three are maybe going to work together a little bit here. I don't know if we'll see S2C. He's going to put a little pressure on Mist Covington, I would imagine, down this straightaway. So maybe I stick my foot in my mouth. They are not working together as quite as much as I expected. What a smooth pass there as they come down onto the straight. Well done for S2C. It looks like Mist is going to tuck himself back in and try and take advantage of that slipstream. Back up to the front, Papa Oso, who is still under pressure from Oak, and I believe he's going to remain under pressure for some time throughout this race. You see those two drivers are both on mediums. Looks like the tire wear is pretty similar between the two. Ooh, and Oak maybe with a little bit of shimmy through there. Just a little wiggle, not a problem. Able to keep his car pointed in the right direction and stick glued to Papa Oso. And we're going to take another look here at the replay of S2C making a move on Mist Covington here. So there's Mist. You can see him using all the track. S2C is right behind. Mist swings just a little wide, and S2C able to tuck in and just kind of drive right by there. So
friendly
really,
Predator
really
missile inbound.
Really clean pass done there. And S2C, who is currently on a purple lap.
Loves him quick on Sheldo. Closing down on Sheldo quickly here. Esta has definitely got the pace here. He has put in the time, I'd say.
Yeah, he also has the tire advantage, so that could play a big deal in getting himself past that GTR.
That's
Mist
McLaren's.
On the hard as well.
Yeah.
I know. Papa is rooting for Team McLaren out there, as well as Mr. Casual.
McLaren not so good on the top end, but can't be beat when it comes to tire life and tire wear.
Yeah, and as long as he stays close, he's got the slip. We've just got the one big long straight here that comes into play, and as long as he's close to another driver, he shouldn't lose anything on top end there.
Yeah, and it looks like our top two drivers have put even a little bit of a bigger gap in between them and Shaggy, FlexFlare, and Sheldologist there. So they are almost 5 seconds ahead at this point through 7 laps. That is incredible. Granted, we have some tire differences out there, but these two are starting to run away with it a little bit early on in the race.
We got a big 4-second gap. Almost 5 seconds. Jeez.
Yeah, but Oak's left front, he's already about 40% worn there, so that'll be something to keep an eye on here in about, 4 or 5 more laps probably.
Yeah, and C-Dubs, you bring up a good point. You know, with this being the final, how hard do you push your tires? I mean, you know, do you get a little more conservative? Do you get a little more risky? What approach would you take?
Well, I'm the worst to ask because I do not do well with strategy. I tend to just get in there and push the heck out of the car and then go, oh crap, my tires are done, or oh crap, I'm out of fuel. So, but you know, sitting on the outside looking in, how can you possibly be conservative when you're in the final? I don't know. I mean, some of these guys probably will, and they think that through. But for me, my adrenaline would be so high, I'd just be pushing the crap out of the car.
Yeah, and I'm with you, C-Dubs. I think we have the similar style in racing. That's why I just spam, practice laps over and over so I can learn how to drive the car all out the entire race. It and figure out when exactly I need to pit, so I don't have to sit here and think in my head like, okay, when do I need to go and change tires? No, I'm just going to run it hard.
Yeah, and sorry, Mustang, it looks like Ecstasy has gotten himself right by Shelley on the straight there. That was a very nice move. Looks like he used the slipstream and got himself in a good position. Let's take another look at that. Here he is on the inside. He's got himself lined up to take the inside of this next right-hand turn. And he really pretty much had that pass done before they got to the turn. Shell is keeping the pressure on him, but thinks wiser of the pressure and tucks back in. There is obviously a tire advantage there between Ecstasy, where Shell is on the hards, Ecstasy is on the mediums. So we did expect to see that pass done. Let's see if Shell and Mist can keep themselves close, even though they are currently on the hards. I'm a little bit opposite of you guys. I love the strategy, but it doesn't make me that much better. So
yeah, just different strokes for different folks. You know, every driver's a little different.
Yeah, I have to say, I think if it was me, I'd be a little bit more conservative with this race. Try to stay out of trouble. Like I said, no penalties, no accidents. And in order to avoid those accidents, I'd probably be pretty conservative. Once my tires got a little bit worn, I think I'd be swapping. So let's see how these racers approach that. And look at, man, I don't know if you guys caught that. Fernando's front left is gone.
I did not see that. Here we go.
Take another look.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
No.
And that is going to be a challenge for him, as he is only 8 laps into our 40-lap race here today. So he is probably going to be our first driver into the pits, assuming he doesn't want to push.
Goes.
There he goes right there. So
yeah, that front tire was done.
So that being said, I mean, are we going to see guys taking more than just the stop for the tire change? Are we going to see an extra stop for those, like you know, Fernando on that the tires are going quickly? I mean, because how long are the hards going to last? If the 8s or the mediums are gone in 8 laps, usually you can get double, so that's 16. You know, you're only going to get 2 out of the softs. We might see an extra stop for some of these guys.
Right.
that is quite possible. Obviously, the pit stop can slow you down. So maybe that is what sets the difference between the pack today, is how well can you manage your tire wear.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be real interesting seeing how the fuel strategy is. So if you look, we're coming up at the end of lap 9, and they've got a half tank of fuel, so fuel will be a factor. And how will that factor into when they swap into the softs? You know, how much more time can they be on the softs with a lighter fuel load based on whatever their fuel strategy is?
Yeah, and to that point, if you take a look at Shaggy's tires, that front left is absolutely trashed as well. We've seen Shaggy run his tires to the bone, so Shaggy is definitely comfortable pushing on without having a lot of grip left on those tires. So he is not going in on lap 10. So I think we'll be watching closely to see how long he maintains that set of tires. Jumping on board with Flux, who is trying to get himself caught up with Shaggy. He is quite a bit back. He's got Ecstasy, Shellologist, and Mist not terribly far behind him, so Flux can maintain his composure, keep running cool. No problems. He'll be just fine.
So real quick, check that out. So Flux and Esta are on 2 different tire compounds but have similar tire wear. So that just tells you what that McLaren does with tire wear. He's got similar tire wear on the mediums as Flux does on the hards.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. That really says something for that McLaren. Maybe I should start driving that more.
Papa's onto something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear Papa and Mr. Casual in the background telling me, yes, you should. So there is Miss Covington, who's unfortunately got himself a little half-second penalty for track limits. Chosen Box has had an absolutely incredible season this run. Done very well. Getting himself into this race. I know he's not happy down there in P7, but he wants to move up. Flux Flair has also gotten himself a half-second penalty somewhere along the way.
I feel like that's his 3rd one. Or was it one of those in qualifying? I can't remember, but
No, I think you're correct. I think he had won the 2nd lap, 3rd lap, and now. Or maybe it was 3rd and 4th.
So SlowMoe, you pointed it out, but you know, here we are, lap 10. everybody is sitting slightly below a half a tank. So we're going to have to go into fuel conservation mode here toward the end of the race.
Yeah, fuel management could always make a difference. The last thing these guys want to do is run out of fuel at the end of the race. Nothing ruins your day quite like that. So there's a look at our
Brian
leader.
Blaney, a couple years back. Remember when he ran out of gas right when he was about to win the race?
I do.
Terrible.
Oh, God. Ugh. Kind of makes my skin crawl just thinking about that feeling. You're looking at your gas tank, you got 1 lap left, and you're like, uh-oh. Anyway, back up to the lead. Here's Papa Oso. He still has Oak right behind him, sniffing those tailpipe fumes. Oak does not want to give up easily. Taking a look back here at Nasty, currently in 11, trying to hunt down Shazam. I don't think these guys are ready to quite hit the pits just yet. To your point, they're just past that half tank mark. I don't know. If it's me, I think if I'm running the hards, I'm going to try and burn up as much of the fuel as I can on my hard stint and just take a full set of fuel when I get into the pits, not to run out. Papa Oso has made a little bit of room between him and Oak at this point.
I believe Oak made a mistake somewhere because he's been holding 3 to 4 tenths that whole time. There's Shaggy coming in. Yeah.
If you take a look at those times there as we watch Shaggy coming into the pits, these guys are extremely consistent with their lap times.
They are.
So there is 4 and 5 and Flux Flare and asked to see who will get by Shaggy in the pits. And the next question is, what compound's Shaggy coming out on?
I
Does he
gotta
run a
believe
soft
hards.
stint? Okay.
Unless he just gets him out of the way. But, you know, to that point, he may very well be in for an extra stop as well. I mean, the Vet, the Ferrari, been a few of them here that are wearing tires a lot quicker than the rest of the manufacturers.
Shaggy has a set of mediums. Okay.
So he knows he's going to have that extra stop. So he just went ahead and threw the mediums back on.
And he did not take a full tank of gas. Looks like he took 3/4 there. So
Maybe he's going for the strat where he'll do, 1 lap on hards and then the rest on softs with the lower fuel load, saving wear on the
Saving the
softs.
tires. Could be.
yeah, on a light vehicle, that makes a lot of sense. And we know Shaggy always puts a good amount of thought into what his approach is going to be. That is unfortunately going to be another penalty for Flux Flare. We've seen him fall victim to the track limit penalties quite a few times through today.
Maybe
Let's
not.
see. Did he make that out unscathed? I think he did. Oh,
Got
that
a
looked
little-
like it was certain to get a penalty. Game Genie.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Little PD love right there.
And you take a look at Estacy's tires there. They're obviously looking a little bit rough there. Plenty of fuel, but he is going to stay out and keep pushing. There is Shell and Mist Covington. Wow, look at the hard wear on Mist Covington's front left.
Oof.
To your point, those hards look like they've worn more than the McLaren's mediums at this point.
Yeah, but Racer 51, his hards are looking great. Corn Identities are looking great. So we might see them move up here.
Okay, yeah, and you guys are obviously able to kind of flip through the track and check out some of that stuff. So keep us in the loop if you see anybody's tires that look like they are going to have to come in. There's a look at Shazam and the PHG livery. Great racers, better people. Shazam!
He's going to get these softs out of the way. He'll see how many laps he can pull off with them.
Yeah, and he's doing it with a light fuel load, so that may work out to his advantage. As we jump on board with Nasty in that nasty Ford.
Yeah, somebody pointed out in chat, the Fords are beautiful, just they don't make them as fast as some would like, maybe like Chuck.
Yeah, I would agree. Datto.
Oh, Datto actually, unfortunately, had a little shimmy there. I don't know if we got a chance to see what happened. Let's see if we can catch it.
Oh,
He is
no.
in the dirt. We didn't quite see how he got there. That's an unfortunate turn of events for him, as he does a very good job making sure his rejoin is not impeding other drivers. Fair play to you, sir, as our buddy Flawed would say.
Oh, he's gone down a lap, right?
Yeah, I like it.
Yep, that is unfortunate. He looks like he had another problem there. Got
Yeah, he's
himself
off in
off
that,
into the side.
Yeah,
Wonder if
off
he's
in
having
that.
an equipment malfunction there.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. It happened to me at one of the PHG races when I was door to door with It's Just Carl, and you know my wheel gave out on me and I had to drop out of the race.
Chuck, that's what I say sometimes too when I get real frustrated. And that's my
Well played. And we are currently taking a look at Oak.
With a pin,
Naranjo.
yeah.
Yep, and
Got a
he's
pin.
got that half-second penalty, and Papa Oso's been able to pull away from him just a little bit with the 3-second gap, and there's 16 seconds between Oak and Flux now. So you're seeing our field start to spread out a little bit. There's Shelldologist in 4th, with Miss Covington closely behind in 5th, and you can see Racer 51 just in the back frame there. And we are expecting to see some of the leaders make their way into the pits.
Wow.
Those tires don't look good.
He's going to run it again. There's
He's
Oak.
doing another lap, yeah. Oak says, no thank you, I'm going in.
You know, I will say about the BMW that Oak is running is, it's been my experience whenever I've ran it that it feels like a very stable car for me. Like it's almost, you almost have to try to get it sideways. Now I don't know if things have changed with the updates and the BOP changes and all that stuff, but I just remember the BMWs being very stable cars, at least for me.
Yeah, Chuck, no. You know, to that point, the people that love those BMWs, they live and die by them. They just sometimes won't drive anything else. So they can be very, very competitive vehicles.
I think isn't that how McNaughty feels? I believe he's a big BMW fan.
yeah, that's right.
If he is watching right now, I promise you, there were some hand gestures. All right. Racer 51, currently in P5. He's trying to close that gap between him and Miss Covington in 4th and sees his opportunity to move closer to a podium position. He did start in like I said, P14 for us. So, yeah, last place without a qualifying. So, really good job for Racer 51 moving up the grid here today.
So Dado, again, you know, either with equipment failure or frustrations, looks like he's dropped out of the race. So we're down to 12 racers at this point.
So Dado had an engine failure. That's unfortunate. We don't ever want to see that, but
It happens. That's racing, man.
it does happen. And there is our leader who is making his way into the pits.
I feel like he had at least a quarter of a lap left. I'm not sure why he's jumping in so early.
And we saw Oak took his box lap the prior, and it has brought him out into P6. I almost said 8. So here is Flux Flare, who is now going to make that last turn onto the straight. And let's see when Papa Oso ends up coming out of the pits. Papa Oso is still filling up on the fuel, so looks like Flux is going to be able to drive by. Joe, currently in P2, able to move right on by. So the hard runners really look like they put themselves in a good position right now, although they will have to be pitting soon.
Yeah,
So Papa
based on
Oso's
fuel,
taking a full set of fuel there. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I was just going to say, based on what we're seeing now, you know, it's almost definitely a 3-stop. When it got started, I wondered if some would get away with just, you know, one set of hards, one set of mediums, one set of softs, but it's becoming apparent to me that there is definitely going to be that extra stop in the race.
Yeah, and that brings an extra level of strategy. You know, as you mentioned before, do you go light fuel load and run the softs and try and make up some ground, or there's a lot of opportunity that can be played into with that extra pit stop. So there is Oak, who's now right behind Racer 51, who has done a fantastic job moving himself up the grid. Oak is on the soft. Yep, and Racer 51 being worked by Oak on the softs. That tire difference makes a huge difference there as we take another look at it. Chuck, do you want to talk us through this pass he makes here?
So he tucks up into the draft a little bit, ducks down on the inside, gives a lot of space. We love to see it. Late on the brakes, just nice clean pass. You know, was able to really hold that inside line. Once again, the tire differential, especially with Oak being on the softs, really made a difference there.
Yeah, it may be a very good strategy choice by Oak to get onto the soft compound there as we see Flux Flare coming into the pits.
So in chat, a gentleman, Anthony Webster, which I'm going to assume is Dado, says, yeah, my wheel is not acting correctly. So I'm guessing that's Dado and must have issues with the wheel.
Yeah, Anthony, I feel those feels. That's why I haven't been behind the wheel in a couple months. My wheel has been acting up too, so you know, hopefully you can get it fixed. Be back on track.
I really like the direction you guys are going. My wheel hardly ever works right. I don't know what's going on with that thing, but so be it. And taking a ride on board with our current P2 driver in Oak, who has gotten into the pits. He's onto the softs. He took a little bit of fuel, didn't fill himself all the way up, and really seems to be working his strategy exactly the way he's planned it. Hopefully that didn't cost him a penalty there. It might have been a touch wide, but I didn't quite see. That Mountain Dew Beamer.
You watch that time differential, he is closing on Shield in a flat hurry here.
He is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Shell is still on the hards, if I'm not mistaken there. He is,
Shell
so we're going to see him hitting the pits here before long. And we know Oak put in a ton of
turtle wax. He's got the turtle wax paint scheme. I just noticed that.
Sheldologist with a really good season this season here. Obviously had some really fun races with the other guys there, and Oak coming out on the softs with the fastest lap at a 1:41.604.
That's smoking in race. I mean, that was really close to one of the qualifying best.
And I guess the question now is Sheldologist going to go one more lap, two more laps? I doubt he gets three. There is Shaggy in P3, Papa Oso currently in 4. And there's your boy Corn Identity in P5. He definitely has not been to the pits yet, but is going to be soon.
Yeah, the fuel light's blinking.
Fuel gauge. Yeah.
Oh no. Sheld's game crashed. There he is.
Oh no.
That's is not terrible. What you want to see. Sheldologist with an engine failure on lap 18.
And hopefully he doesn't roll back into the field. Couldn't tell exactly where he was.
Was having a very good race leading. Obviously, Oak has taken over the lead now and has got himself some space between him and Shaggy. Shaggy is on the medium compounds. Sheldologist is unfortunately out of today's race. So we'll take a look at us to see here. Who's going to try and make a move on Corn, maybe? Corn's got the blinker on. I think he's telling him to take that inside line. And Ecstasy definitely has the tire advantage on Corn there. Estacy's on the softs.
Good job, Corn.
Thanks, clean pass.
Yep, very well done for Corn to identify that he just wasn't going to get in the way of Ecstasy there and wanted to guide him one direction by him. So
great show of sportsmanship. That's what we pride ourselves on here.
That's it. That is what one thing that has made this season so incredible. It's just all the way through it. It is sportsmanship from beginning to end. So kudos to all of our drivers for that. And there is Flux Flare kind of out by himself. Corn Identity has gone into the pits to get himself off that hard compound. He's definitely going to take a little bit more fuel. So we take a look at Miss Covington in P6. kind of out by himself right now.
In no man's land.
Yeah, 6 seconds between him and Flux up ahead. And then Racer 51 is a little bit further back.
Listen to that
So-
rotary scream.
Oh man, doesn't that thing sound good?
It does. I do like my Mazdas too. That, oof.
And he has taken the
That's gorgeous.
medium compounds.
Yeah. Last to 7th on hards. Racer 51.
Yeah.
Maintaining that gap right now to Mist. Not really making up anything just yet.
Yeah, we would expect that will change here in the next few laps. So we are just about halfway through our race here with these guys. We've seen the majority of our drivers have been into the pits. I don't know. There might be 1 or 2 guys that have not quite been in, but I think everybody's in if I'm not mistaken. There is Nasty, who's going to get off that hard compound and refuel that 665 beast. Shazam! How do you not say it like that? I mean, come on.
So fun.
Great racers, better people, as it says on the door, and they mean it, folks. All right.
Yeah.
So Shazam's got about 18 seconds between him and Fernando B. Nasty is in the pits. As we jump back on board with our leader, who has about a 6.5 second lead over Shaggy.
Looks quick. He's faster on this track, no doubt. I mean, Shaggy is too, but Hulk's handling that Beamer.
And we know Shaggy runs on pad. I would imagine Oak is on a wheel. I don't know which one. Do you guys know which hardware Oak uses?
I do not
know. No.
Okay.
I'm saying that, that probably explains a little bit why Shaggy's tires went so quick. We know that the tires go a little quicker on the controller.
Yeah, that is one of the disadvantages to driving on pad, is it can be a little bit harder to maintain your tire wear. As we take a look at Flux Flair, currently in P4, and he's got, you see our field is spaced out a little bit here, so it looks like the different strategies are all playing out a little bit differently and causing the grid to spread just ever so slightly here. Mist currently in P5.
We've seen every strategy except for somebody starting on soft. So we've seen mediums and hards to start. We've seen people go double mediums. We haven't seen a double back-to-back hard, I don't think. I'm not sure. But yeah, lots of different strategies here.
So Racer 51 is buying his time, trying to catch up to Mist. Corn 51 doing the same to Racer 51. And, when you get spaced out like this halfway through a race, it can almost sometimes be easy to kind of lull yourself to sleep, but nothing has been decided yet. Anything can happen here between now and the end of our race. We are only halfway through these 40 laps. So there we look on board with Ecstasy and currently in P8, and you can see him and Fernando might be the 2 closest drivers on track. You can see Fernando kind of back in the frame there as Ecstasy comes around that turn.
Yeah, Fernando's tires are not looking great. He's all fresh. He's fresh hards. He's fresh fuel. Esta's going to make up some time here over the next few laps.
And I'm watching that delta just increase between Fernando and Ecstasy. And there is Jazam, currently in P10. And he is closing.
It's like Nasty's just hanging out in the pits there.
Yeah, Nasty may be back in the pits there having a coffee, I'm not sure. Back up to the leader. Here is Oak. He does not have a whole lot of fuel. Those softs are beat up. He ran those softs for, couple laps. It isn't much, but it certainly has given him an opportunity to make some space between him and Shaggy in P2.
Look at that. I think Oak has put in the practice because his tire wear and his fuel right there were perfectly matched. So I'm going to say he's done this a few times.
Yeah, and you see Shaggy on the mediums. He's really only 3 laps in on that set. Didn't take a full tank of fuel, so maybe trying to work a similar strategy. Oh, and I apologize. I see the P over on his lap times there. That is not accurate. So he has been out on those mediums longer than 3 laps. My apologies. I'm going to say that seems like a pretty short stint for mediums. There's Papa Oso on the hard compound in P3. Not under any pressure. Doesn't look like we have anybody currently under pressure.
Oak's front left is done, so he's gonna dive in here. He's out of fuel. He's out of tires. Shaggy won't be far behind, and that's gonna let Papa regain his lead here. So I bet Shaggy's gonna go one more lap here.
Think Shaggy's got one more? Okay. Be curious to see. There he goes, driving by.
It looks like Shaggy's tire wear and fuel are right on the button too.
Yeah, we know Shaggy definitely knows his strategy going into a race. Never ceases to amaze me that some of the strategies that Shaggy will implement. And most of them are very good.
Yeah, apparently Sheld said he came to the front straight and came across the line and his PS5 just froze.
That would qualify as an engine failure if you ask me, unfortunately.
Yep.
Oak's on the hards as he rejoins, so interesting strategy there.
Okay, so he's going to tick that hard box. And he came out in 5th, right? Yep. Okay, so he's got some space in between himself and Miss Covington, as well as Racer 51 behind. About the same distance between those two, maybe just a half a second either way. So there is our Peter and Shaggy Doo in the Ferrari. You can see his tires and gas. His tires and gas do not look awesome. So we would imagine this being his last lap on this stint.
Can Oak pull the rest of this race off from that pit stop? Can he go 17 laps with a full fuel tank and racing hards and make it? Because wouldn't he be one? Yeah, wouldn't he be one that's only pitted he's just pitted twice, right?
He has, yes.
Okay. So that may be the strat he's going for. He'll have to go into fuel conservation at some point, but that's an interesting strategy.
And there is Shaggy going into the pits as we expected. I think that's an interesting approach. I personally don't think he's going to try and stretch it out. I would imagine he's going to take a set of softs here on his next stop, whenever that may be, whatever that fuel turns out to be. And Papa Oso regains the lead here. I think he is catching up to Fernando here, so a little bit of lap traffic. And Papa Oso is on the, I almost said hard, that is the medium compound, isn't it? No, that's the hard. No, that's the medium, sorry. Yep. Good sportsmanship for Fernando, making sure not to get in the way. Blue flags were out. And at this point, if you're Fernando, you just try and tuck back in behind him and take advantage of that slipstream and when you can get it. So Flux Flare in P2, he's about 11 seconds off the lead, 9 seconds in front of Mist, who is currently in P3. And Oak has moved his way up into P4. Shaggy currently in P5, Racer 51 in 6, Corn Identity in 7, S to C in 8.
Ooh.
So
I don't know if that was netcode or if that was...
Yeah, you see Mist with a little wobble.
Yeah.
Tire cleaning. He got a little sand on him.
Just maybe a little quick or aggressive on the throttle there. Got a little shimmy, able to get it back under control. There is that Team Genesis.
American car and a Viper having trouble putting power actually
down.
Yeah,
getting the traction down? No.
Never.
So Fernando's done a pretty good job keeping pace with Papa Oso there and getting himself a little bit of ground.
Well, Flux has got a decision to make, right? Because if we take a look at Flux, his mediums are almost done here, and he started on hards. He's now on a set of mediums. He's getting ready to come off of those with 15 laps to go. So, what do you guys think he's going to go to here?
Oh, Chuck, I don't know about you. I would imagine he's coming out on softs.
So blast a couple laps on softs, and then maybe go back to, I don't know. I mean, you're probably not going to make it on mediums. I'm not sure.
I honestly don't think, I don't think he's going to make it through on the remaining laps with one more stop. I think there's
I don't
two.
either.
Yeah, I think there's two.
I think Flux
But-
is definitely going to be in for 2.
And this is one of those situations, it's interesting to see. You guys can, as a driver, you generally go out, you run your practice laps, you put your strategy together. Sometimes you get into the race and you see the other drivers doing something, you change your strategy as you're going. So I wonder if that's what we're seeing from these guys throughout today's race as we look at Oak, who's currently sitting kind of in no man's land in P4. He is gaining a little bit of ground on Mist, though. Actually, I take that back. That Delta is going the other way. Mist seems to be pulling away from him ever so slightly right now. Although Mist will be coming into the pits here probably this lap. I wouldn't imagine he's going to push that Viper on low fuel. And Flux is also, I don't know. He might be able to get another lap out of that tank,
that
but I
tire
wouldn't want
looks
it.
a little sketchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Flux drives by the pit entrance there, so he is going to do another lap.
Pushing
Putting
it.
on fuel, but that tire's going to be dead.
So there is Mist, who makes his pit entrance. I'm sure he's hearing box, box, box in here.
Hey, books now, books now.
So Shaggy came out on the racing hards. He's got, looks like he probably took about 3/4 of the tank. So maybe he is trying to get that set of hards through the end of the race.
Yeah, and Racers
51.
has 51 only pitted the once. Am I right in that?
I apologize. I don't have a tire tracker today.
It's so hard to keep track.
Positive. It is. I think we're looking at his lap times there. He definitely has not pit recently.
So that's another one to look out for. I mean, who knows with that Mazda, but his tires are looking great. His fuel's looking great. He could certainly get away with, well, he still has to take softs though. And softs aren't going to last. So I don't know. That'd be another interesting strategy to deal with. But he's in good shape right now.
If your strategy works out well and you can hit your last pit stop right when you want to, that definitely puts you in a good position to manage your fuel, keep your car as light as you can, and position yourself for a very strong finish. So Papa Oso currently leading this race. We've got Flux Larry in second, Oak holding the third position, Shaggy in fourth, 51 in fifth, Corn Identity in sixth, Miss Covington in seventh, and Ecstasy in eighth. And Flux Flare is making his pit entrance there, so we saw him do pretty well getting as much as he could out of that next lap that we didn't know he was going to take.
Papa also running a heck of a good race here. His strategy is obviously on point. He's worked at this. And I'll tell you, if you ever just peek into the lobbies a couple days before these races, you always see those CBR guys 4 or 5 deep in there. And what we were just talking about, they're probably practicing that scenario out through the whole race with slip, all the different factors. And so these guys do a good job preparing.
Being a member of your team is all about everybody gets together, practice, figure out your strategy, and then run with it.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention that you can put in all kinds of practice by yourself sometimes, and it might not do you any good. I can tell you personally, my experience of practicing by myself for a rain race was one thing. Then you get in the race, and I had never driven behind anybody on that track in the rain. Like, this is terrible.
Yeah, this is horrible.
My gosh, yeah.
Throw dirty air in with the rain, and then things get really iffy.
And usually Fred Bird and I will run some practice laps. We didn't get to practice that one together. That was Spa. But boy, that was a fun race.
So Racer
That's
is
the downside to me and C-Dub's way of practicing is and running the races. Things change when dirty air is involved.
Oh yeah.
Very good point. It will definitely deteriorate your tires a little bit quicker, and you might be able to manage your fuel a little bit differently.
So a couple more turns, and Racer's going to have an opportunity to get right into to Shaggy's slip here on that straight, and we might see a position change here.
Yeah, both drivers are on the mediums. 51
I'm
and...
sure. He's just not quite close enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shaggy's on hards.
Shaggy's on hards. Just not quite close enough to make that work.
And, you know, back to what we were talking about earlier, Shaggy may be trying to stretch that set of tires out from now to the end of the race. So Corn Identity coming in on the 27th lap to get himself a fresh set of rubber and some fuel. So there's Flux. We saw him pit in a few laps back, actually last lap. Got himself a set of mediums. Looks like he filled the tank up about halfway. I don't know about you guys. I wouldn't expect a half a tank to get him through these last 12 laps, but
I wouldn't either.
It might be possible.
I think maybe he's not expecting those mediums to last him the rest of the race. So, but I think didn't Flux run softs after his hards? Didn't he run a couple laps of softs? I can't remember now. It gets all crazy with a 40-lap race, but I had it in my mind he had.
C-Job, that was your job today.
I know, right? I'm terrible. I'm supposed to keep track of every tire change.
That's it.
Okay, Sheldon chat said that Flux still needs softs, so I'm gonna take Sheld's word for it.
Okay. I believe he has an eidetic memory. So there is Jazam in P8, Fernando in P10, with Corn in between them. Back up to Papa Oso, who is in the front and has almost 30 seconds between him and Oak.
Jeez.
My goodness.
Yeah, he's put in the work.
You know something, and Papa Oso's been quick, no doubt. But these last few races, something's changed. The way he's practicing changes, the way he's driving, some equipment changed. Something had to have changed because he has been week in, week out, looking really, really good. I'd love to know what's changed.
Now, I wonder what the secret is.
Yeah, Oak's tires are looking good, but 28 seconds good? I don't know.
Yeah,
That's a big gap to make up here with about 11 laps to go.
yeah, he can just cruise his way. Did we already say Papa Oso did all of his required pit stops yet, or no?
No, we believe that Papa Oso still has a pit stop left.
Okay. He's looking good on fuel for these, it looks like it for these last few laps, but I don't know, that is a heck of a gap to make up.
I think Shaggy heard me. Did Shaggy hear me say something about Racer going to run him down? Because now he's stretching that gap a little bit. It's almost like, oh yeah, Dubs.
Yeah, I was getting ready to address that. He has definitely put a gap in between him and Racer. There is 2.5 seconds. And Racer's tires don't look awesome. Still got some traction left, but it's not a whole lot there. He's down below a quarter of a tank, so we know he's going to have one more stop coming.
Yeah,
I almost wonder if Shaggy was maybe doing some fuel saving at some point there, kind of letting Racer 51 creep up and then clicked it back to full bore and went after it and said, I want my space back. There is Miss Covington in P6 with almost 10-second gap between him and Flair and almost 20 between him and S to C behind him on a fresh set of hards. So there's S to C who's behind Mist. He's also got a set of hard.
At any time now, Corn's going to come roaring up through the field. I mean, just make them all look like they're sitting still. That was my prediction. Oh yeah, fresh tires for sure. He's ready to go. Let's go, Corn. Get up there.
There is Fernando in the Corvette. And he's got a little bit of room to make up, to catch up with Corn Identity. And 11 laps to make it happen.
If I'm Fernando, I'm probably just on a Sunday drive now. Let's just get through the race, take it easy. Don't get crazy, enjoy the view.
I still want to know what happened to Nasty and why he's just parked in the pits.
Yeah, as we look at Papa Oso, who is trying to extend his lead on Oak ever so slightly with each lap. We're down to 10 laps remaining in our first race of the day.
28 seconds, he can cover an entire pit stop with that gap. So Papa Oso, without anything major happening, is looking good to wrap this one up.
And Shaggy is trying to close the gap there between him and Oak to make the race for P2 a little bit interesting here towards the end of our race. And now that I take a look at Shaggy's tire and fuel, can he get another 9 laps out of that tank? I think the tires, I would say yes. The fuel is where I don't know.
Yeah, we can't see if these guys are making fuel map changes, which they very well could be doing as they go along here based on their strategy.
Because I'm not seeing a whole lot of short shifting. They might be doing a fuel map strategy approach.
And there's a couple different ways you can manage fuel. You guys just mentioned both of them. There is obviously the fuel mapping or short shifting. Sometimes drivers will combine the two and really try and stretch your fuel out as far as you can get it.
There's the lift and coast method, and then there's also the method that our proprietor, Papa, has brought up, having been a prior crew chief for circle track asphalt racing, is dragging the brake as you're accelerating through the straights. Just hanging onto the brake pedal, keeping the RPMs from getting up too high. It's another method of conserving fuel.
That seems counterproductive, but I take your word for it.
Well, Papa knows his stuff, and unfortunately, I think that is going to cost Miss a little penalty there.
We've seen that before, though, and people get away with it, but yeah, we'll see. It looked like it.
It does seem like the marshals have been a little lenient through today's race so far.
I think he got away with it.
I think he did too. So missed with a little fortunate experience there, getting to use a little extra track. And we take a look at Papa Oso, who is still 27 seconds up on Oak. He is definitely low on fuel. So what do you think? 1-2 more laps here, maybe?
Okay, so here's what's scary. Sheld's saying that he still needs softs, which that sounds probably accurate. So he needs to pit. He's got 8 laps to go. Softs aren't going to get him probably 2 laps. Has he got himself in a pickle here?
That's a good question. We'll have to see how long he can make those softs work on that Lamborghini.
I mean, unless he just gives a partial refill on his tank and relies on the less weight in the vehicle to stretch the softs out.
I mean, he certainly doesn't need a lot of fuel, but he's definitely got to get some soft shit.
Yep.
I mean, does he push these hards in his fuel for one more lap to try to, minimize how long he needs to be on those softs? And it looks like he might do that.
Yep, he did.
Yep.
Okay. So it looks like the formula is shaping up.
So.
Yep, it's one of his fellow teammates. Has obviously been in practice lobbies with him, so he would know. Oh, and Oak gets squirrely there.
Yeah, there is our P2 driver with Oak. And you can see he is under a little bit of pressure from Shaggy there. I don't know if Shaggy has enough fuel to get himself to the end of the race, but it looks like Oak and Shaggy could potentially pull that off. Racer 51 has gone into the pits, get himself some more fuel and a fresh set of rubbers. And unfortunately, Flux with another penalty there.
Flux's demise has been track limits today for sure. We know he's quick. We know he could be right up there with the top guys. And he's still in P4, but with multiple penalties. He would be right in the mix otherwise, I would suspect.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, and as I mentioned, the track limit penalties can be detrimental to your finishing results. Unfortunately, Flux has had some challenges with that today, so we closely watch our leader in Papa Oso. Will he come into the pits this lap? I think the answer has to be yes, judging by his fuel.
He's almost out of fuel right now.
So that gives him 6 laps left to run that soft compound. And this is going to be an exciting pit exit as we will watch to see where he comes out compared to Oak and Shaggy. So there is our P2 driver in Oak. And just behind him, just about a second and a half, Shaggy. Oak coming around this final little section there, another little shimmy. Able to maintain control without a problem. Gets himself there on the straight. Papa Oso has not began refueling yet, so that's going to start here any second. And it looks like Oak is going to make a pass as Oak and Shaggy are able to get through. Papa Oso taking less than a half tank there and gone to the softs as expected. So now the question becomes, can Papa Oso close that gap between him, Shaggy, and Oak to put himself back in the lead with 6 laps remaining?
It's going to
I
be
love
real
when a
interesting.
plan comes together. Yeah, let's see how this works out for him.
He's got 6.5 laps to make up 7 seconds. So a second, a little more than a second a lap. Softs versus what, mediums and hards? Is that what we got in front of him? Oh, hards.
So, yeah,
oh,
hard
I
and
think he
hard.
can do it. I think he could do it.
Yeah,
But he also has to conserve those softs. He's got to make them last 6.5 laps. So this is going to get interesting.
Yeah, well, if he's normally, you know, if they're saying in chat he can get 8 laps out of those softs, 6 laps is not too much of a stretch. But it can be easy to push a little bit too hard and, you know, wear your tires out a little further than you want. So, you know, to your point, the important thing is once he catches up to them, does he have enough tread to get by? You know, if I'm Shaggy or Oak, I'd be wanting to work together with whoever I'm with at this point and save all the drama for the last lap. Otherwise, you risk giving Papa Oso a chance to close that gap. And you can see that gap between Papa Oso and Shaggy is just falling like a waterfall.
Quickly, very quickly. Yes, Papa Oso is going to be on them by the end of this lap, or darn near.
Yeah, I think it was 5 seconds a lap ago. It's down under 3 now. So he is closing quickly. And you can see there, you can just see Papa Oso back. He was in frame just a minute ago. So that 3 seconds to Shaggy is going to be closed quickly.
And you know Shaggy knows, but Shaggy's used to this. He's not going to let the nerves get to him.
Well, back to the conversation we had prior. Shaggy does not look like he has enough gas to do 4 more laps.
I agree.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think
Maybe
he's only got 2 left. Yeah.
Yeah, about 2 laps left. Unless he starts really going into super fuel save mode. I don't know.
So that gap's already to 2.7.
So here comes Papa Oso. I guess the next question is, will he be able to catch up and pass Oak as well? Can we take a look at Oak's fuel? There is Oak. He's got over a quarter of a tank of gas. I would imagine he has enough.
Yeah, it's hard to starting to wear. It's hard to starting to wear on Oak, so that might be a place where Papa Oso can capitalize.
Yeah, that may just
no!
Unfortunately, through that last section, Fernando got one as well. Shaggy has gone into the pits. So Papa Oso now in second place, hunting down our current leader in Oak. And he can see them just ahead of him on the stretch.
Got a little lap traffic to deal with, but that gap is already to 2 seconds. He is coming hot.
Papa Oso said it is oak season. He's hunting. He's got a little bit of lap traffic in his way, but Oak is also in his sights there as you look out through his view. And Oak's not. Oak's going to have to serve that penalty as well. Oh, Fernando a little
not
bit in
good.
the way, but
Got moved.
Yeah.
Papa Oso was able to get around after a little bit of contact. No harm, no foul.
I think
So now he is within 2 seconds of Oak. Second and a half, 2.3.
Oak may have slipped Fernando a 20 there, or a Subway gift card, something.
So here you go. Here comes Papa Oso hunting down
Right on
Oak.
top
It
of him.
took him almost no time to close that gap. I would rather be on worn softs than worn hards any day of the week. Or I'm sorry, worn softs, excuse me. So Papa Oso takes the inside. He's going to have no trouble getting that pass done there on Oak. And it looks like Oak is going to do everything he can to jump into the slipstream, keep himself close.
But what we thought might have been super close at the end might end up being a 7-8 second gap by the finish here.
Now let's take another look at Papa Oso making that pass on Oak. As you can see, he closes in. And Oak just doesn't seem to be able to keep the speed up the same way that Papa Oso can through those turns. Papa Oso tucks onto the inside. I don't even know that Oak knew he was there until he started to turn in. Papa Oso more or less drove right by him. Yeah. So here you go. Oak is still trying to keep it close. And I think, if I'm Oak at this point, I'm hoping that Papa Oso makes an error. Maybe a half second, maybe a second, maybe a little bit of AstroTurf. You got to hope for the best. Here comes Flux out of the pits. He is on the soft compound, looking to chew up whoever's in front of him.
Got an 8-second gap to Racer 51. That's going to be a tough row to haul. Yeah, and Racer 51's on soft, so I don't know if he's going to get that done. But again, Flux's penalties today have been his Achilles heel.
Yeah, that's definitely, unfortunately, what's kept him down off the podium at this point, in my opinion, as well. As we see Shaggy currently holding on to P3, and I don't know that Shaggy is going to be able to, barring a miracle, be able to catch up to P1 or 2. There. Yep, and there is Oak doing everything he can to keep that thing on track with those worn hards. He has enough fuel to get through.
Free to go.
If I'm on Oak's pit crew, I'm just telling him to, stay calm, stay in your position. P2, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the podium or even a top 5. But Papa Oso, I'm fairly certain he's just a Sunday drive away from taking the win here.
Yeah, and it looks like Papa Oso's strategy has really been absolutely on the mark today. Executed it perfectly. It's put him in a really good position to be able to bring home the win here in our first of 2 final races in the finals.
Wicked probation finals.
Wicked quick, he's pointing out in the chat, the Lambos are looking good. Yeah, JK85 is going to represent in the next race, I believe. So it's going to be tough to overtake Lambo.
It is. I was just talking about that last week, how the Lambos have become very viable. They're versatile. They do well on a variety of tracks now. You go back a year from now, and really not a lot of people use the Lambo. It just wasn't there. It didn't have quite the same bop that it's been getting lately, and really turned into one of the favorites that you can see in certain combos. And these guys have been racing for over an hour now. We're at 1 hour and 6 minutes, and they have 2 laps remaining. There is our P3 driver in Shaggy Doo. Also, Also known as the Evil Genius or the Rainmaker. Take your pick.
Or the evil Rainmaker.
That's
There you
also
go.
that's valid.
That's viable. Yep, viable.
And I think we're going to take a look through the field here. So there's Papa Oso in P1. Take a look at his tires and fuel. Oak, a little bit low on the fuel, but I think he has enough to get himself through. There's Shaggy, P3. Racer 51 in P4. Flux Flare holding down P5. Miss Covington currently in P6. Corn in P7.
Sorry, Corn.
We've got Ecstasy in P8.
Yeah, his tires are almost shot. Oh, did the jam just spin?
I don't
Okay,
know.
maybe it's just the camera angle when it came to him. It looked
Might have
odd.
been, okay. There's Fernando in 10th, and I think Nasty is
Drinking
still in
his
the pits.
yeah, he's sitting there. Yep, just hanging out.
having a cup of tea.
Didn't look like tea, but I mean, it's whatever.
Not since
Was
we
that-
threw those into the harbor years ago.
Was that it? Yeah, was that tea in a can? I don't know.
Final lap. Here we go. Papa Oso, look at that. 8
Inside.
seconds he stretched that lead out to already.
Yeah, Papa Oso has put on a clinic of strategy today on this 40-lap race here at Catalunya. And Oak has done a fantastic job as well, and he is not terribly far off the lead, but it doesn't look like you're going to be able to make an 8-second gap
Is
up.
he gonna have enough fuel to make this last lap?
I think he does.
Okay.
Optimistic.
Tell you what Nasty's doing in the pits is he's eating ice cream. If you know, you know. Yep. He just joined them.
So our field is
Oh.
fairly well spread out here. We'll take a look at our P3 driver, Shaggy Doo. He actually does, so Racer 51's got a little bit of pressure from Flux Flare there. Corn Identity in P7, there's Ecstasy in P8. Shazam! And Fernando. So we're on our final lap, riding along board with our leader Papa Oso, who has almost a 9-second gap.
Great job, Papa Oso. I mean,
Look at
just
my
incredible.
African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest?
Oh wow. Yeah, Papa Oso.
Okay. Didn't know we were going to have a cameo from the Prez. Here is the checkered flag. Papa Oso bringing home the victory for Team Lamborghini here in our first of 2 races. As we see Oak coming through with a P2. Well done to our top 2. Here is Shaggy, who should be able to secure P3 for Team Ferrari.
I think he's going to actually get some bonus points for that fastest lap, too.
I think he's probably
Yeah.
kicking himself because you know he missed his strategy. If you remember, it was 2 laps difference from him making that last tire change. Uh-oh.
We've
Gotta
got a
be
little bit of
close.
action here between 4 and 5, but it looks like Racer 51 is going to be able to close that door and finish 4th, with Flux Flare not far behind in 5th. Here is our other commentator in Miss Covington in P6. Nice leisurely drive coming around the turn. He's going to slow down and show off a little bit. A little something for the fans. He might be out of gas. Corn Identity secure in P7 for Team Genesis. Ecstasy in... Yeah. Oh, those tires do not look happy. Nor does the gas tank. So he will secure P8 for Team McLaren.
And across the line.
And somebody say who it is.
Yes, I am.
Sam. Who will secure P9 for Team Mazda.
And that
Woo!
left front is dead.
Yes, it is. So is his gas tank. My goodness. what a race we saw these guys put on. Man, it looks like there are a couple different strategies that our Split 1 drivers may be able to execute in the next race. We saw a couple different approaches here, so I wonder what we're going to see for the start. Congratulations to Papa Oso for your victory in the final here in the PHG World Series. Bravo.
Not
Let's
just
take a
victory,
look.
complete domination. Great job. Great job.
That's right. Sound the horns. All right. Let's take a look through our classified results. Gentlemen, either one of you guys want to run through these?
I can take it, no problem. Yeah, so Papa Oso, P1, dominating, followed by Oak, who also had a great race. Shaggy, I wonder if Shaggy will tell us. Did you make a mistake on your strategy there? Because I feel like you had a P2 in you. Racer 51 from last to P4. Flux, P5, probably had a P3 in him. Few penalties hindered him there. Miss coming in P6. Corn Identity, P7. I'll apologize one more time. Ecstasy, who had the pace, just had a few issues there along the race, P8. And then in 9, can anybody read that for me? What's that say?
Shazam!
That's right. In P9, and Fernando in P10. PHG Nasty in P11, hanging out there, drinking his, we'll say, tea in the pits. And then Dado having equipment failure early on. Same thing with Sheld. Bless his heart. Sheld's engine laid down on him mid-race. So, but man, what an incredible race, guys.
Yeah, that was awesome. So without further ado, let's talk driver of the split. C-Dubs, how about you go first?
You know, this is hard. I mean, I want to say Papa Oso. I'm going to say Papa Oso, but I will say Racer 51's top of mind as well. But Papa Oso, just a dominating performance. Strategy was on point, very consistent throughout the race. Just didn't make any mistakes. He just cruised on through that victory. So I'm going to steal the obvious choice.
All right, Mustang Chuck, how about you? Don't steal my choice.
Well, I don't know what your choice is, but I'm going to go with the inverse of C-Dubs here. Is Papa Oso, he was in the contention for my driver of the race, because his strategy was just locked down on point. He knew what he was doing. We were talking about it the whole race. Like, he's going to come back out on softs and stretch him out with a lighter fuel load in the vehicle. But I'm going to have to go with Racer 51, charging up from starting last and up to what was it, fourth he finished, I think it was.
It was fourth.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
incredible.
fourth place, and it's just incredible, and it's a testament to his skill as a driver that he was able to charge up with this stacked field we have in the first split of the GT PHG World Series.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for not stealing my choice. I'm going to go with Oak here. Really executed a great plan. It didn't work out quite as well as he wanted. He was able to keep himself there in contention throughout the race. I know he wanted to be up in that top spot come the final lap. It didn't work out as well as he wanted to. With an honorable mention to Racer 51, certainly, as you guys mentioned, coming up the field from last to fourth. Really good race from these guys. So Oak will be my driver of the split. There is a poll for those of you guys. Tell us who you guys had selected for your driver of the race there. Let us know. In the meantime, we are going to take ourselves a quick little break, and we will come back for our final split. Oh, you know what? I apologize. We actually, I'm trying to jump too fast. We have one of our racers here in the booth with them. We are joined currently by Tuzumbox. Tuzum, do we have you live?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh.
He doesn't sound so excited.
That sounds defeated, buddy. I'm sorry. Man. Well, Tuzum, tell us a little bit about what happened or what didn't happen.
Well, I was expected to try a two-stop, but looking at the tire wear on the Viper, I had to settle for a three-stop, which unfortunately kind of automatically put us out of contention. And yeah, I don't know. I just didn't have the pace as the faster guys out there. I'm not just blaming the car. Catalunya isn't my strongest circuit, so I'll take P6 after all of that.
Yeah, P6 is nothing to be ashamed about. That's an awesome finish, and
Not at all.
in the finals, right? You're P6 in the finals. So I'm sitting over here, not in the finals. So congratulations, you did great.
Yeah, congratulations. And again, you made the finals. Kudos to you for that. There is certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Unfortunately, I know you wanted a better result. Anything you think you could have done a little bit different besides the pit stop? I mean, I think, it looked like you ran a pretty clean race overall.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think there was much more I could have done. There were, I think we got like one penalty, maybe two, but that ultimately didn't have an effect on our race. Like we were just so far behind. If you look at all of the American cars, like they just did not have good results today. Hoping maybe the first split would show us something a little bit different, but I think every race I've said that I was going to have a bad race, but the first three final races actually went well. This race was finally where the prophecy was withheld.
Yeah, Tism, we actually touched on that a little bit on the broadcast before the race started. It seems like the American cars can be at a bit of a disadvantage with the BOP settings as they are in today's world. So, unfortunately, I think you were a little bit at the mercy of how that played out, but really great season from you. I mean, certainly something to be proud of. Unfortunately, it didn't finish quite as well as you would have liked, but, we are absolutely all proud of the results you brought to the season this year. So kudos.
And I'm proud to be an American.
America.
Yeah,
and I want to be the first to congratulate you, Tuzum, for leading the way for the American manufacturers. I have a two-part question for you. Is number one, how much you mentioned the tire wear and all that stuff in the American cars? Did you have a lot of problems putting the power down coming out of the corners? And number two, what happened when you were about to cross the finish line? Did you run out of fuel, or were you just showing off for the fans a little bit? Because we were talking about that up here in the booth.
So when I initially started practice, there were a couple spins, but once I got used to the car on the hard tire specifically, I didn't really have too much issues. Like you're exiting most corners in third gear in that car because it just has so much low end torque. I think like only the like not the last hairpin, but the left hairpin after the back straight. That's the only corner I'm exiting in second. So didn't really have any issues getting the power down. It's just tire wear and that the just the handling of the car, like the turnability. I'll use that word. It's just not quite as good as some of the other cars. And for the second question, no, I didn't run out of fuel. I just did try to do a little burnout, but I didn't want to go too slow because I know I had Corn Identity not too far behind me.
Right. Well, that's the strength and the curse of American cars is that low end torque, but also its ability to be nimble and able to actually turn. And you did well finishing P6 for the American manufacturers today. So congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, agreed. Congratulations. And like I said, really, really excellent season for you. I think you were at a disadvantage all the way through in the American Viper there. So you certainly made some magic happen with that. Kudos to you this season, Tuzum.
Yep. Great job, Tezum.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the reasons why I picked Dodge. I saw that it only had one other driver representing it. And, the Viper, it's one of my favorite cars of all time. So I thought I'd hop in Viper, see what I can do. I saw like some of the tracks the Group 3 Viper was on, and I'm like, we could probably do pretty well with this. So, yeah,
the Viper looks great in purple too, doesn't it?
Well, all of my cars are in purple, to be fair.
Okay.
But I mean, it does look good in purple, and I'm happy with how the season went. I kind of wish I had have joined a little bit earlier on in the season. I didn't join until like halfway, but yeah, I mean, all the races that I've had this season, I think they've all pretty much gone ideal, except for I think for one race, the Group 4 race at Brands Hatch. Brands Hatch is another track I'm not great at. That race was terrible for me, but I'm happy with how everything went.
In fairness, Brands was designed by the devil. That's my opinion. So
Agreed.
I'm with you there.
All right, so what's worse, Brands Hatch or Willow Springs? That's my question.
Oh, Brands Hatch. No question. I like Willow Springs.
I agree.
Fair enough.
If I had to choose between the two, I think I would choose Brands Hatch over Willow.
Oh my. Come on now.
It's the lack of runoff. Like it's like you go off, it's just like immediate dirt everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you've got that great jump. You've got a great jump. You don't get that opportunity everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, great job, dude.
Yeah, wonderful job. Congratulations on a successful season here. You certainly represented both in the booth and on track, Chisholm. So it's been a pleasure having you with us. We are going to step away quickly for a break so we can get into our first split drivers today for our final race of the PHG World Series here.
super secret squirrel final cubed. That's right.
Engines roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we the name, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, ain't looking back. Tires screaming as we take that turn. Fuel and fire in our hearts we burn. Opponents in the mirror, they can't keep up. Keep the throttle down, never wanna let up. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we roll the steeple. Great racers, better people. Team strong, bonds like no other. Brothers, sisters, ain't no undercover. Victory sweet, but honor even sweeter. Every race together makes the fight deeper. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we roll the steeple. Great racers, better people. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we rule the steeple. Great racers, better people. Good racers, better people. Good racers, better people. Great racers, better people. Crowds chant as the lights go green. Adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we roll the steeple. Great racers, lights go green, adrenaline rush, it's a traveler's dream. Might stumble, fall, but we rise again. For the banner of PHG flies our friend. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel. PHG, baby, we roll the steeple. Great racers, better people. Better people. Oh, baby. Better people. The engine's roaring life in the fast lane. PHG, we the name, tearing up the game. Thunder on the track, speed never go lack. Pushing limits, breaking barriers, ain't looking back. Tires screaming as we take that turn. Fuel and fire in our hearts we burn. Opponents in the mirror, they can't keep up. Keep the throttle down, never wanna let up. Great racers, yeah, better people. Rising like a phoenix, ain't no sequel.
And welcome back, everyone. We are gearing up for our final race in this amazing season here for the PHG World Series. Our top split drivers are preparing themselves to get on track. They're going to run a quali session, and then we will get to see these guys race. But before we get into that, I want to take a few moments and thank our sponsors once again. First of all, we have Lithograph Comics. And they are not just a store. They're rather a comic book enthusiast who's been bringing awareness to the hobby and the comic book collecting community. Located on Instagram, you'll find Greg, also known as Litho, sharing his comic book history, his stories, and also his personal collection that spans an amazing 35-year-plus journey. That's Lithograph Comics on Instagram. Check them out. Jump on there. Give them a like. Share. I'm sorry, I'm not real familiar with the Instagram world, but do all the stuff Instagram wants you to do on there. Our other sponsor this year, who you guys have seen their work, so Vexed Graphic Design, they have helped us out with a lot of the different things you've seen, whether it be some of the standings or some of the presentation features that we've used throughout this series, really helping make the PHG World Series look so clean and crisp. Vexed, we appreciate all of your support throughout the year. It has been awesome seeing your guys' work. So big shout out to Vexed Graphic Design. We thank you guys very, very much. So let's take a quick pause here. I am joined by my colleagues Mustang Chuck and Tusm. Tusm obviously is fresh off the track. We'll get into that here in just a second. We also have one more special guest that is in the booth with us. He's known as the Rainmaker, the evil genius, the evil Rainmaker, Shaggy, the Minister of Speed. How are you doing today?
I think it's more of a thing of how many titles do I have?
Right?
I'm run out of space on my
right.
my nameplate.
It's like
I need a bigger
it's like-
desk.
It's like Game of Thrones when they introduced Daenerys Targaryen. She's got this like whole thing they got to read out. That's you now. So anyway, Shaggy, great job in that race. You brought home a podium for Team Ferrari. Very nice job. Anything you would like to have seen different other than maybe P2 or 1?
No, that was about it. That was about all I had. I'd already called who was going to win it. I have experience racing the Lamborghini here, and I knew it was fast. And Papa Oso's no slouch. He can, take it further than I probably can. So I already knew who was going to win. Actually, I knew who was going to be on the podium myself. That was the question if I was going to be on there. But I knew Oak had a very good chance at it. Papa was going to win it, and it was going to be between me, Tuds and Box, Racer 51, maybe a couple other guys to get that final podium spot. But I'm just glad I brought it home.
Yeah, and you bring up a bunch of names, and before we go too far with the interview, I want to just let everybody know that the poll has closed. So the community has voted Papa Oso as the driver of the first split. Congratulations, well done to Papa Oso on his victory there. That was fun to watch. We also have Tuzenbox here in the booth with us, who, on the break, Tuzen, we talked a little bit about, some of the things that you wished you would have seen besides the finishing position there. Tuzen, anything you want to add to Shaggy's thoughts?
So one thing, I kind of have this running gag in my community. It started when I think it was season 5 of NRL, and they were running down a list of the fast drivers, and one of the drivers that came up was Shaggy. And when they said his name, I was like, Shaggy Doo? You mean Scooby Doo? And at that point, I said, I'm not losing to anyone named Shaggy Doo. So every time we're on the track together, I always make it my goal to at least try to beat Shaggy. But yeah, this time you had a ton of pace. It was a really strong field, really strong podium. Yeah, I don't have much to add. I just wanted you to know that we are unofficially rivals every time we're on the track.
I know you got me last week, and I feel bad about that one because I was having some problems with the automatic, and I really wish I had a better chance to get up there and fight. But I don't know. I think straight up, you probably would have still beat me anyways. It was gonna be close. This one,
Yeah,
this one's easy. There's a lot of that, and the car itself, it's vastly different. Ferrari and the Viper.
That tells him I'm definitely along with you. I consider myself one of Shaggy's rivals when it comes to some of the time trials. So I'm with you there. He's my time to beat or get close to when it comes to time trials, whether it's just time trials proper or practice laps for ranked races.
Yeah, and Shaggy, in addition to congratulating you on your race, I want to congratulate you on an incredible PHG series that you have put on here. The combos all the way through have been exciting, engaging, close racing throughout the runs. You've seen an incredible turnout. Are you surprised at all by the results that the PHG World Series has had as far as viewership or participation throughout this season?
No, at this point, we are attracting fast drivers, which attracts viewers, wanting to see their friends that they know are quick out there and quick in the community. And everybody's got somebody they can root for. Like, we become fans of each other the more and more we watch each other race, whether it's from the actual pace that we have, or it's the personality, or the liveries. Like, CBR brings something that's food related every single time. Like, we all want to be a part of that, just every little thing we can do. I mean, why wouldn't you want to be part of it? Like, there's no money involved, but it's the camaraderie and the friendships you can gain here, and just a common goal to have fun, I guess. I'm happy for it, but I don't expect anything less from this community that I didn't build. It was here, but Papa, of course, the proprietor, installed it, and then we kind of just flocked to it and started building on it each day, and each new friend that comes along and streams and builds their audience, and it just kind of merges together, and just a bigger, better community each time.
Yeah, I'll agree to that. Shaggy, it's been great. I know you've popped into my streams whenever I've been practicing a few times, and Jack Skellington, he jumps into my streams too when I'm practicing or playing something else, or things like that. The friendships that are built from this community is just phenomenal. I can expect in my own streams, some regular attendees popping in from the PHG community, whether it be racing or whatever else I'm deciding to play, and just having a good time, chit-chatting for a little bit, and playing some cool video games.
Yeah, I mostly view people for the Gran Turismo content. But if they're playing other games, especially like Metal Gear Solid or something, I'll pop in, and the very little that I know, I can talk about and get interested in.
Metal Gear. My best Solid Snake voice. You're pretty good.
Yeah, so Shaggy, obviously this season has been very exciting. Can you give us any hints? I think, in a previous interview that we had with you, you maybe have mentioned a little bit of multi-class opportunities for the next season. Any other tricks up your sleeve that you might have for the next PHG World Series?
It's going to be a little bit of everything. The initial thought was to have a whole season of multi-class, and then from there have like a champion for one class and a champion for the other class. But now, kind of want to expand on it to where you have options, where you can go and I guess the idea is to do it week to week, but staggered a little bit. Like 1 week will be the multi-class, and then the next week will be a GT3 class race. Still not sure on the particulars if we're having drivers that'll be able to do both, or if it'll just be a set list for each one. But the goal is to have these, go back and forth on a week-to-week basis, and then in the end have another, finals similar to this that takes the best drivers from each class and each series and puts them into a race against each other, kind of like a race of champions or a
Pyrock. Papa's PHG IROC. There you go.
I might have to copyright that. Yeah, so something like, which it's similar in other series that we've seen, but of course, I'm hitting it up, so it's gonna be different. And of course, different races. One makes ones where you get to choose your own group car or whatever. Maybe some more manufacturer series influence within it. Maybe some tuning. I'm not too sure about all that, but just little bits here and there. We're gonna have voting on the tracks probably tomorrow, and then of course the particulars of the season. We can also vote on those to which cars we want to use, groups, different classes, and whatever. Just to get it all. We treat the community like a democracy. Everybody gets a vote. Everybody gets a say. And if anybody comes up with ideas, I do credit them for that particular idea. Like earlier today, Vetterdan was asking about if we could mix and match tires, like have hards on the front and then the softs on the back or whatever. But it doesn't allow you to do this with these particular settings. But a race I have come up with, or I'm going to credit him for the idea, is that we can do a race where no tires are required, which allows you to be able to mix and match whatever tires you want on the front and back. So it should make an interesting race when we do ones like that.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, this season has obviously been a great foundation to build from. The previous season was also very exciting. So I was lucky enough to get to race in a couple of the combos that you had. I think my favorite thing about the way the PHG World Series is set up is you don't necessarily have to make every single race to enjoy it. You can kind of pop into the tracks you enjoy the most, maybe skip out on the ones you don't. And, it's been such a cool team atmosphere as you see people that are kind of teaming up with their respective manufacturing group to try and get your manufacturer into the finals, and I just think that it's been so good. And we saw it play out with last week's top split. Getting into the finals here, those guys were door to door going down the last straight, so it really brought out some very close racing throughout the entire season. We expect nothing less through this next race. So Shaggy, let me put you on the spot here a little bit. Anybody here in this next race that you expect to be able to keep up with and or beat Jorge?
To beat Jorge, that's a hard ask on that one. What as far as the closest car would probably be JK85 in the Lambo. If he pulls off anything like Papa Oso did, he'll definitely be a problem for Jorge. But being a problem for Jorge is a little bit of it's a little much. So he'll be the closest competition to Jorge, probably. as far as overall.
Okay.
But we'll have Wade in here, and he was in the Ferrari, and he might have a little better strategy. A lot of these guys use manual and the wheel and everything, so they can pull off, I guess, more options than what I'm limited with. So I would definitely see that Lambo, Ferrari. Of course, can't count out Bobagito. I know it's the Group 3 Genesis, but it's Bobagito. So who knows? As well as Flux, Flair, Talon, Cornbread, Jersey. Like anybody is, going to be vying for that second and third. Probably going to be Jorge to win it though. That's my guess.
There is no shortage of talent here in the top split, as we've seen in previous races. Tuzum, I know you've been a little bit quiet throughout the interview here. Any questions you want to maybe pick Shaggy's brain for next season, or anything you had in mind there?
I don't have any questions about next season, but I do have one question in general. Why an automatic transmission?
Because nobody else is doing it. It's
fair enough.
I like a challenge. So it's like when everybody else goes left, I go right. You know what I mean? Like like the 99% of everybody can do this one thing, and I'm going to do the opposite. If the winning strategy was one thing, I'm going to do the opposite. It's a lot of times I'm also limited because of certain things, so I have to do a different option. But it's still fun to figure out what I can do, in an alternate way. So
Right.
lower automatic, sitting in a chair I got at Target, blindfolded. I'm still working on that one. You never know.
And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Woe be it to all of us when Shaggy finally graduates and decides he wants to get up on a wheel. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with if he ever makes that jump.
I got one. I just don't ever use it.
Yeah, use it. We want to see a PhD driver up there in the Gran Turismo World Series proper.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about. I don't know.
No
I'll
pressure.
have to do it. But we do have people in the community that can definitely vie for spots in top tier. Like they can push the effort and be their top split with the best of, I guess, our drivers, which is still the worst of the world. The best of us is the worst of the world, except Simon's pretty damn good. The Lambo driver we have from the States. Definitely going to watch him in Berlin, well, not Berlin, LA for the third round of GTWS finals. That'll be the only race I really want to watch from GTWS, but yeah, only one worth watching.
Yeah, as I was talking about a little bit earlier, the Lambos kind of come out of nowhere, and I think he might have had a little bit to do with that, getting some exposure to how good of a vehicle it can be. A lot of people can be shy about it sometimes, but we've seen a lot of people driving that since he made that mark on the Gran Turismo World Series with the Lambo.
Well, definitely. The American market, is pretty huge, and they want somebody to root for. They want a manufacturer to root for. They want an American car up there, but you can only get so much at one time.
Yeah, and certainly good luck to him on his first Gran Turismo World Series. I can still remember, not too long ago, McNaughty was like, "Man, you're pretty fast. You should get into this World Series thing." He's like, "Yeah, I might do that." Sure enough, whew, impressive. So, okay, very good. Shaggy, anything else you want to say before we close the interview and get to qualifying for our final split here today?
Yeah, I don't know why y'all do this crazy thing with me, but I'm happy y'all are here. I appreciate each and every one of you, from the commentary, production, Papa, Susan, everybody. Like the people showing up and watching from bars and shindigs and hangouts and putting it on the big screen, because that's something that you've been a part of and you want to be a part of, and you want to tell your friends about it. It's sometimes it's surreal, but it's like, you wake up and you're like, that's pretty damn cool. Like, we're not like famous, but it's like your own little famous, your own little celebrity status in the world. And I'm happy with that.
Yeah, well deserved. Your recognition certainly comes on the back of a lot of hard work that you put in, and you obviously have exceptional track knowledge. You're a very active member of the community. For those of you guys who haven't really got a chance to talk to Shaggy, don't ever be shy. He's happy to have a chat or give you some advice. I know Shaggy's given me some really good tips in the past as well. So Shaggy, I always appreciate that. Big round of applause. Wonderful season. Congratulations to the Minister of Speed, Shaggy Doo. Thank you so much for coming up and joining us here in the booth, Shaggy.
No problem, guys. I know y'all were killing it earlier. You're going to kill it again.
Thank you, sir.
Look forward to listening to y'all. Always fun.
Appreciate that. We have got ourselves ready for the final split in our final. Is it threes too many? I don't know. Tuzum, do you want to talk us through the round info these guys are up against, or what you just went through?
Sure thing. So we are at Catalunya. This is the no chicane circuit. Drivers are going to tackle 40 laps on this track. The tire wear is multiplied by 4, and all racing tires are required. The fuel multiplier is 3x, and they are driving Group 3 machinery around this circuit today.
Thank you, sir. Mustang Chuck, how about running us through the drivers? I stumbled over this, so I'm going to turn this over to you.
All right, so let's see here. We've got in first place, we got Lamborghini with JK85 from the CBR team. Second place is Genesis with Bobagito driving. Third place is BMW with Jorge driving. In Ferrari, it's Wade CBR. In fifth place, it's the Nissan with Talon driving the car. In sixth place, it's Porsche with Flux Flare driving. In seventh place, we've got the Dodge with KW47. Tied for seventh is the Mazda with Cornbread. In ninth, it's the McLaren with Fast Cougar QC from the PHG team. In 10th, it's Chevrolet with PHG Veterdan. In 11th, it's the Citroen with PHG Jazam. In 12th, it's Toyota with Jersey behind the wheel. In 13th, it's the Ford with Nasty. And in 14th, it's the Honda with Speed Bump.
Yeah, very good. And as we saw last week, these guys generally are going to be very close. There's a lot of skill on track with this split. Last week was possibly one of the most exciting races and close finishes I've seen in my short broadcasting career. That was amazing. We expect nothing less from them. Tuzum, I'm going to turn it over to you. What are the keys for these guys here? Is it pit stops? Is it tire management? What is the secret for them to bringing home a podium tonight?
So ideally, the drivers are going to want a 2-stop, so they're really going to have to conserve their tires. The fuel consumption is a bit of an issue as well. Most drivers are getting on average, I think, 18 laps with 1 tank of fuel. So if they're going to extend that hard stint, they're going to have to watch the fuel. They're going to have to watch the tires. And I think someone had mentioned in the previous race, like when everybody's spread out, they just have to mind their gaps and just making sure that they're hitting their target lap time so they don't fall behind once all the pit stops all cycle through.
Yeah, what tire compound do you think they should start on here after your experience?
It's definitely going to be between the hard and the mediums. I opted for the hards just to kind of be a wrench, like a monkey wrench, and some of the other drivers who may have started on the mediums just to maybe slow them up just a little bit. But I suspect the front runners are mostly going to start on the mediums. I can't imagine anyone starting on the softs, but anything can happen. So I think the majority of the drivers in our race also started on medium. So I expect something similar here.
Okay, very good. Mustang Chuck, any other thoughts to add to Tuzum's there after we got a chance to see a variety of strategies play out in the first race? What do you think the winning strategy is going to be here?
I really don't know. I mean, this next split, they have the advantage of seeing what worked on this on the previous race, and they can use that to incorporate into their own strategies. So it's going to be real interesting to see how people might have modified their original strategy after what they just saw if they were watching the previous race.
Okay. And I see in the chat there's a couple different strategies being thrown out there. Oak says to run the 3-stopper, and you've got a couple other folks who are saying soft, start hard, pit, medium, pit, soft. So it's still a variety of opinions out there. I guess there's the only way to find out what's going to work is to watch and see how these guys finish up. I believe our qualifying is just about to get underway here. We have the drivers on track and getting ready to get those wheels rolling here. So let's take a look in just a second. Maybe not. I think I hear bells, and here we go. As I mentioned earlier, I think the storyline remains, can anybody get ahead of Jorge and stay there? We've seen him be dominant through some of the races, and other races not quite as dominant, but still certainly always in the mix. As we take a look through the field and get a chance to look at some of these incredible liveries they have brought out for our final.
The secret probation final.
There's Flux in the green machine. Fast Cougar. And then McLaren. Listen to that Mazda roar.
Oh yeah, and I really like that paint scheme too.
Dorito livery for the Dorito engine.
Yeah, fair point. Never thought about that.
And Veterdan in that classic PHG livery. There's Talon in his trademark Under Armour. The Jorge Sr. in that 7-Up BMW. There's JK85 in the Lambo. Tuzzum's teammate there, K-Dub. There is Jersey in the Supra. That's a good looking livery as well. And who's that guy?
Shazam!
Shazam!
I like that paint scheme on that.
I do too. So, our drivers are on their first hot lap here. Wade is going to lead his way through and lead our pack through their qualifying. Do we expect these guys to put up significantly faster times than the previous split that we saw? Half second, maybe? I mean, what do you think the difference is here?
I think pole in our race was a 141.0 from Oak. Actually the fastest lap was Shaggy. He did a 40.9 in race. So we'll probably see some mid 40s for pole in this split.
Okay. And we watch closely as Wade coming into this last section on the track. Waiting to see where the grid is going to line up after their first hot lap. Wade with the checkers on his livery.
Yep, checkers or wreckers, right?
That's right. He is looking for a checkered flag as he puts up a 141.1. And we see a little bit of that A little bit of the starting positions moving around as people get through their hot lap. And there is your current pole sitter in Jorge with a 140.639.
Not surprising by any means.
JK just behind him, about 110. This track certainly does have plenty of places to get passing done. I mean, Tism did step in here if I stick my foot in my mouth, but it seemed like there was quite a good opportunity through some of these turns, either sneak your nose in or if somebody ran wide to be able to sneak through.
Yeah, I was victim to that once or twice. If you dip a tire into the dirt, then it'll really affect you. I kept getting wide in the second to before the second to last corner, and that would ruin my line for the last two corners, and that made it easier for someone to just slip down the inside. So yeah, there's definitely some opportunities if the drivers aren't careful.
And speaking of ruining a lap, it looks like Jazam unfortunately got himself a little track limit half-second penalty there as we ride along board with Jorge, who is trying to improve on his current qualifying time of 146.39. He is sitting in the first position and looks to maintain that throughout the qualifying session. There is JK, who is currently holding that P2. And it's interesting, you see in the race that, you can get, I think, 8 laps I heard on a set of softs. Qualifying, really most drivers only seem to be running 1 or 2 hot laps tops on that. Tism, what's the strategy behind that? Just to make sure you got as fresh rubber as you can for your quali?
Yeah, so in quali, the drivers are pushing a little bit harder, so they're trying to get more performance out of the soft tires, which it degrades them a lot quicker. During the race, they're going to be, easing on the brake a little bit more, turning in a little bit more gently. They're going to pretty much take the F1 approach and just try to make the softs last as long as possible. So, yeah, they get 1 or 2 hot laps, probably just one, honestly. I don't know if anybody's going to improve on a second lap on these tires. They'll come into the pits after, some fuel burning, and they'll go for 1 or 2 more hot laps towards the end.
How far down on your fuel tank were you at, as you were coming into your last qualifying lap? Did you get through a half tank on that?
I don't think so, but I was like absolutely revving the car out before, starting a hot lap.
Yeah, it makes sense. Make sure and burn as much as you can, as we see a couple folks dipping into the pits, and Jorge and Wade, as well as Bobachito, JK. Cornbread is also in. See Talon coming down the straight there. Let's see, have we had any shakeups? So currently our first 3 drivers in Jorge, JK, Wade. Take a look at K-Dub, who is currently in P10 in qualifying session here. And his best lap right now is 142.285, so he's definitely looking to drop a little bit of time off that. As we talked about a little bit before the break there, he unfortunately is at the mercy of the bop, and hopefully he can keep that Viper close to its counterparts from overseas.
I think he actually might be the highest qualifying American car as of right now, unless I'm overlooking someone.
Yeah, it seems like the Viper is actually really good under this bop. Track dependent, of course.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, we've even seen track dependencies for the Lambo, as you guys were talking about a couple tracks that some people don't like, but, the Lambo did not do well at the beach track, as which I refer to it. Nothing but beach around that one. So there is Better Dan in the American Corvette, currently in P10. He has worked his way up above K-Dub right now, trying to get himself up a little bit higher in the standings for his starting grid position.
I was kind of hoping that this race would be a standing start because the Vipers are really strong on grid starts. I could have gained a couple positions. It would have been nice.
Yeah,
American cars with strong low-end torque? Never.
And Tuzum, I have to agree with you. I was kind of hoping for a grid start here as well, just to make turn one as exciting as humanly possible. Although it still looked like there were guys getting themselves in a really good position to pass right off the jump. So even with a rolling start, it seemed like that straight, the slip gives the guys an opportunity to close on the car in front of you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, as we see, Jorge has gone purple, so he's looking to improve on that 140 that he's got up already. And he's got a couple guys behind him who are looking to take advantage of that slipstream if possible. And I believe this will be their last qualifying lap. So, Chuck, any surprises so far? Anybody you expected to see higher up on the qualifying board throughout this yet?
Well, not really. Maybe Talon or Fast Cougar. You know, I've seen those guys put down some really good lap times. Other than that, I mean, of course, Jorge being out front, once again, like I said before, no surprise. He's one of our faster drivers. Other than that, nothing that comes to mind.
Yeah, I would agree. And if you go based off of some of the insight that Shaggy offered us, looks like it is playing out almost exactly as he had anticipated, with Jorge sealing up
40.2.
That's a fire lap.
JK also improved to a 40.4 to keep his second place.
Cornbread, fellow Ohioan, as of right now, P5.
I think we've got a couple more folks that are still coming across the line. That will do it there. And we have everybody through qualifying. So we now have our starting grid position set. We're going to have Jorge in that BMW starting out in P1, JK in P2 with the Huracan, Wade in the Ferrari in P3, Bo Bagito in the Genesis, P4. Cornbread in the Mazda will be P5. PHG Jersey in the Supra, starting in P6. P7 will be Talon in that Nissan GTR. Fast Cougar in P8 with the McLaren. And we have Flux Flare, who's come in P9 for a starting position in the Porsche. Better Dan, I didn't hit it quite right. I'm sorry, TKs. In P10 with the Corvette. TKs does that better than anybody. KW 47, P11 in the Viper. And then, who's that guy right there?
Shazam!
In P12 in the Citroën. I'm always looking down at the chat like, does the chat blow up? Shazam! Oh, boy. Okay. Well, we've talked about the keys to the race. We've talked about who Shaggy expects to win this. Are you guys anticipating this to be as close of a finish as we saw last week?
Maybe not quite as close as last week, but I think the top three, maybe even top four, because all the CBR guys are really fast. I think they're going to give us a pretty good battle, and then I'm also looking forward to see the battle of the American cars. Unfortunately, no Ford in this race, it seems, but it looks like Vetter Dan and KW are set for a really close battle. Looking at their quality times.
And from my end, I'm really pulling for Cornbread. He's a fellow Ohioan, fellow Buckeye. Looking forward to seeing him get a good place in this race, but that's going to be a tall order when it comes to Jorge way out there out front, because we all know he's very, very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you guys out there, if you're not already subscribed, big shout out to Sal, who is currently behind the scenes running our production. Sal, we love you, buddy. Doing an awesome job there, keeping an eye on all the action for us. Make sure and give him a like and a subscribe if you have not done so already. Don't hesitate to jump into the chat. I think they've got a pinned link that will take you to the PHG website, so you can see kind of some of the combos the drivers have gone through to get to this point. Or don't be afraid to jump into the Discord, get a chance to chat with some of the drivers, and us production guys are also in there. Heck, we're all drivers at some point, some better than others, which is probably why I belong in the booth. But so be it. So everybody is anxiously awaiting this race, and Tism, to your point about how close this could be, with it being 40 laps, I think we will see a little bit more space than we did in the previous race. But these guys never cease to amaze me. Every time I say something like that, they show me, oh, yeah, SlowMoe, you're 100% wrong. We're going to go ahead and keep it close till the end. So maybe I'm wrong. I think this one is all going to be strategy. The best strategy will win this. Can somebody outsmart Jorge is the question I want to know. So they are geared up. I think we're just about ready to start. We are waiting to get our heads up from the booth on when we're ready to hit track. Until then, tell us in the chat who you are rooting for. Is it Jorge? Is it, is it a manufacturer? Is it a driver? Who do you guys want to see cross the finish line first in our final for the PHG World Series? Let's see. What else? Tism, do you think anybody can, at this point, are you paying somebody a $20 bill to give Jorge the bump off the track? Or, what do they have to do to get past Jorge?
It was like you said, they might have to just outsmart him on the pit strategy. The Lambo looks like it is possible to do 2-stop with that one, so we'll see. He's if he's gonna make a move, he's got to make it early and just try to put pressure on Jorge.
And the drivers are ready to go. Wheels are rolling. We see them file in the line. Let's see if we have any position changes before or during turn one, I think is the question I'm looking to answer right away. Jorge remains defensive there through his approach. Looks like Bobagito might have tried to eye something up and maybe just car positioning from her perspective. I don't see anybody too wide at this point. Looks like they're all kind of minding their business and staying in their positions. It is a long race, so that's not a terrible strategy if you're asking me. Oh, and we see somebody back there. I think that was Jersey has gotten himself moved up ahead of Cornbread. Bobagito back there currently in fourth. And the front three seem to be trying to get a little bit of space. You'll see Jorge did start out on the mediums, which we saw a lot of our front runners in the previous race do with their approach. These guys are using every inch of the track they can find. There's Bobagito is on the hards.
It's an interesting choice. I thought at least the top 5 would have went mediums, but yeah, maybe he's waiting for late half of this race. Jersey tried to make it around the outside, doesn't quite make it, but he's gonna stick his nose down the inside. Nope, he's gonna slot back, maybe attack going into turn 1.
Yeah, and I think to your point, turn 1 is generally a preferred passing situation. You've got all that room to use the slip on the straight here and get yourself in a really good position next door to the driver. So let's see if Jersey, there he goes. He's going to tuck inside. Take away that inside from Bobagito. He certainly has a tire advantage being on the mediums. Will anybody else take advantage of that? It looks like Cornbread is trying and has also gotten himself past Bobagito. There behind, you see Talon is probably the next one who's going to want to make a move, although he is also on the hards. Flux Flare with another penalty, unfortunately. That has been a challenge for Flux through today's races, and he is on the hards as well. Flux is going to put some pressure on Talon, but ends up backing out and tucking back inside. Look at the... Got a fluffle of drivers there. For those of you guys who don't know, more than 3 rabbits is a fluffle.
A fluffle?
It's a fluffle, yeah.
Is that an actual term?
It is.
Really?
It is. Yep. I try not to make too much stuff up. So there we've got Talon, who is eyeing up Bobagito, and he has Flux Flare right behind him. Taking a peek up front, there's Jorge, who has created a little bit of space between him and Wade. Just over a second after first lap. Wade's got himself about a second gap between him and JK. So it looks like we missed Wade getting by JK somewhere there. There's Jersey currently sitting in P4. Cornbread in P5. So your first hard runner is currently sitting in P6. And as you see, Flux Flare putting some pressure on Cougar. Able to get by. Nicely done. Flux is also on the hards. I didn't catch... Yep, Cougar's on the hards as well. Okay, it looked like a lot of drivers took hards compared to what we saw in the first race, where the majority of the field started on mediums.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on a hard run to see how long they can go on those tires. If they make it to probably around lap 18 or 19, we can expect those drivers to 2-stop. If they stop a little bit earlier, then they might be looking at a 3-stop strategy. And I'm looking at those American cars for those 3 stops, because I don't know if they'll be able to go 2 stops here.
Yeah, right now we watch Vetterdan trying to make up a little bit of room there. Switching back up to Cornbread and then Doritos Mazda. He's got a little bit of room. A little bit of room between him and Jersey, as well as him and Bobagito, so not under any pressure at the moment. Although that could all change in an instant, as you see Talon, who does have a little bit of pressure from Flux Flare, who has served his half-second penalty. That was actually last lap, I apologize. I'm a lap behind on Flux's penalties, apparently. And the field begins to stretch out just ever so slightly, coming into starting our 4th lap. As we take a look at Shazam putting that pressure on Vetterdan.
Trying to work together a little bit.
Wants to move up in the field. I certainly know that. He's all warm now that he's gotten himself a race in under his belt for today. And we've seen that play to his advantage in past races.
That's definitely going to help him out because he knows what to expect and when.
That's a very good point. Yeah, you know, you get to run almost a test strategy in the first run and then say, oh, well, you figure out what you like and don't like and try to execute that in the next race. So interesting as we see a BMW, a Ferrari, and a Lambo right up top. Shaggy is looking like Nostradamus right now.
Yeah, going back to those drivers running 2 slots, this race, you got to remember, it's quite longer than what we've seen in previous races. Like last race was over an hour, so, you know, a little bit of fatigue might be kicking in, maybe not, but, you know, it's definitely something that they got to be aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, the longer the race, the more opportunity for mistake, unfortunately, is the way I look at it. Obviously, these guys are very talented drivers, so they're going to be pushing hard throughout the remainder of these 35 laps that they have left. As we take a look at Jersey, who's got a little bit of pressure from Cornbread behind him. F you, Cancer.
Yes, indeed. We recently lost one of our kitties to cancer. It was her time to go, but yes, indeed, F cancer. This cornbread gets a little squirrely back there. Got up in that AstroTurf.
We saw that
Buckeyes proud, cornbread.
can be very slick. We did not see any rain, which I guess Catalunya did. And Tism, does Catalunya not offer rain? I'm surprised. Okay.
No, there's no rain here, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm actually surprised Shaggy would pick this then for the final. I imagined he was going to give us rain, but it's been an ongoing theme here for the season. And Flux Flare is trying to find some space there to get himself by that GTR in Talon's Under Armour GTR. And Talon's just down below, I'm sorry, Flux is just down right about, spent a quarter of a tank of fuel, so at that rate you would imagine he's going to be able to push this Porsche pretty far with his fuel. Hopefully the tires can last as long as the fuel. Tism, was that a challenge for you when you got on the hards? I mean, was it a matter of, which one went first? Was it the tires or the fuel?
Oh, in practice, it would have been the tires. But in the race, I was using a bit extra tires to try to keep up with Sheldologist, and ended up having to shorten my hard stint. Yeah, I think it's going to be car dependent on which goes first. I think for most drivers in most cars, it's going to be, honestly, for the hards, they might kind of be both the gas and the tires going at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect world that works into your pit strategy if you can get them to run parallel to each other like that. As we look at Flux trying to put a little bit of pressure on Talon here as they're coming into this section here, into this left-hander. Can sometimes be tricky to get back on the power on that left-hander. Those guys navigated that without any issues. They move into a quicker section here. Here is our lead 2-3 cars. As you see, Wade, who's under a little bit of pressure from JK. And Jorge is got a little bit of breathing room from P2 and 3 at this point. He's about 3.5 seconds ahead. As they come through this last turn onto the straight. And, Chuck, I mean, what would your approach be, work as a team with P2 if you're in JK's position right now, or are you trying to get the pass done?
Sorry, I was on mute. In a shorter race like the GTWS or the Toyota Cup, it would be to make the pass. But in a longer race like this, it would definitely be me wanting to work together and try to bump draft and get us up top, and we can fight for position later. That would be my call.
Yeah, I have to agree. Chisholm, what's your thought?
Well, if I'm following behind somebody, that means I'm getting a little bit of dirty air. If I can see that I'm faster than the driver ahead, I'll try to make the move. But if we're on similar pace, then I'll let them stay ahead, and maybe we can work together to either catch up to whoever's in front or get a gap from whoever's behind.
As we take a look at your teammate there, who has been under pressure from Vetterdan for a little bit and seems to be able to maintain his P10 positioning, holding off that Corvette at the moment. As we went through the field, I saw a couple drivers on the mediums their tires don't look great. So, I would imagine we'll see the medium runners into the pits here in the next, 4 or 5 laps maybe. They're definitely going to be the first group, since we didn't have anybody start softs, that will need to change. Jorge, whose tires look very good considering. Not down quite to a half tank of fuel. And there you have Wade and JK in 2 and 3, trying to keep themselves close for an opportunity to beat the ever so dominant Jorge Sr. There's Jersey's. His tires were the ones that really caught my attention as you look at that left front, well below half on the grip, and he is under pressure from Cornbread, who is likely going to be trying to make a move here in the next lap or two, I would bet. Looks like Cornbread's tires are doing pretty well considering. Compared to that Supra, his tires look significantly better.
Playing it cool maybe and tucking in behind him and waiting for a mistake or a pit stop.
Yeah, you know, the other thing that Shaggy mentioned is running that traction control can sometimes help you maintain your tires and your tire wear a little bit better than without it. So perhaps that's a strategy that some of the guys are implementing throughout the early portion of this race. As you take a look at Jersey's tire wear, it does not look awesome. So I don't imagine he's going to be able to get 10 laps out of that Supra on the mediums.
Yeah, Cornbread might be thinking to himself, noticing that lack of pace from Jersey. He might want to try to make a move before Jersey gets into that pits because, you know, Jersey might be holding up Cornbread. We can see how closely Cornbread can follow Jersey through these corners, so he might want to make his move sooner rather than later.
Jersey is got his windshield wipers on. I think he's afraid the Rainmaker's going to make some magic happen here.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I think he's listening to us.
Okay, Jersey's got us on stream. He said, thank you guys. I'll turn those off. The Rainmaker cannot work his magic today. It will be sunny skies for you. So the closest battle that I see we have on track right now, as Talon is going to put some pressure on Flux Flare here for P7. And there you see Flux Flare's tire wear. Compare that to the Supra, I think he's doing pretty good. There's Talon's, who is on the hard compound. So very interesting to see he's able to put so much pressure on Flux in that Porsche on mediums. And Flux may have ran a little bit wide on that. I didn't quite get a good view of it. Let's see if he's able to keep himself out of the penalty zone. I think he is. Certainly pushing every opportunity he can get and using every inch of track he can find. So we look a little bit further back. Here is K-Dub, who has Vetter Dan. He's made a little bit of ground on him. So Vetter Dan was putting a little pressure on K-Dub earlier. That gap has increased a little bit for K-Dub. And there is Jazam!
Jazam!
About 2.5 seconds back behind those two. And currently riding on board with P4. And look at that delta between Jersey and JK. We're 10 laps in. JK is 10 seconds ahead of Jersey, and Jersey is 16 seconds off our leader in Jorge. So Jorge is starting to make a little bit of space between him and the remainder of the field. We'll get a look here at P2 and Wade. Go ahead, Chuck.
There's a lot of race to be run, but it's very apparent to me with this delta already that the podium finishers, as of right now, are definitely did their homework.
Assuming they can execute their strategies as planned, I would agree with you. Barring anything unforeseeable, which, as we know, that's racing. There's always going to be something. So we watch the battle between 4 and 5 here. And Jersey is proving me wrong. He has gone past the 10th lap. He's probably going to have to either come in or really work that front left to the bare bones.
Shaggy says first race of season 3, monsoon season, LOL. No.
And Jersey's really doing a good job, maintaining control of that vehicle, considering that front left is just about shot. Will he come into the pits on this lap? It looks to be a no. Yes, There it is. Okay, so he's going to come in and get his fresh rubber. Oh, and Jersey has gone into the barrier, going into the pits. That is unfortunately going to cost him. I think that will be a pit penalty there. He's also got some engine damage from that. Let's take another look. Coming in just a little bit hot and just couldn't get it pointed in. Head-on collision with the barrier.
And that's just what sucks when, you know, you've got all that tire wear and you got so much understeer. It ends up, you know, hosing you.
Yeah, and the damage is fixed through the pits there, so he is going to get himself a fresh set of tires, no fuel, and back to the track goes Jersey. And I don't know, I didn't see him with the penalty. Did he come out of that unscathed?
It looked like it, yeah.
That's
Because
great.
he didn't
Okay,
cross
good.
the line.
He didn't cross it, yeah.
He didn't cross the pit penalty line, so.
Well, and as we said, the marshals seem to be a little generous with how they're giving out the penalties today. We saw a couple of situations we thought were going to be a pen, and were not. So maybe they're being a little lenient. Taking a look at Flux Flair there, who's got a little bit of a gap between him and Bobagito, but Talon is not far behind. And Tozum, Chuck, you guys able to look at the field? Who do you think is next to require a pit stop?
Oh, I'm actually not in the lobby myself.
Oh, I'm
at
sorry.
The moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in the lobby either. I'm watching from my desktop, so
Okay,
I can
very
give you a good answer on that.
My apologies. I thought you guys were in there. Sorry about that. So,
No.
taking a look here as Vetter Dan is trying to work to hunt down K-Dub. There's Jazam in 11th. So Jersey is just 11 seconds back from him. And there is our current leader in Jorge, who is, I don't know, about 6 seconds ahead of Wade. And just running his own race here.
Little Sunday drive, or Saturday drive, rather.
So there is P2, who is under pressure from JK. Wade is doing everything he can to maintain that P2 positioning. He's got a checkered livery, and he wants to get himself a first position for the checkered flag. Jumping back to take a look at Cornbread, who has got a little bit of space from him and Bobagito, and a lot of space between him and P3 and JK.
I'm just assuming you all can hear one of my kitties meowing, watching the race.
Flux Flair, unfortunately, with a half-second penalty. That's been a tricky situation for him to run penalty-free through today's races. And that is definitely going to put Talon in the mix for that P6 as he serves. And, you know, I think Talon's one of those guys that really does a good job, you know, for lack of a better term, staying in his lane, running his own race. You know, he really seems to dissect the race one corner at a time, and just does such a good job making sure he's able to stay in contention. So do not count him out.
Very surgical, very methodical.
Yes, methodical, perfect. I needed a thesaurus, and you were right there. Thank you, sir.
I went to college, bro.
So there we've got Vetter Dan, who is still trying to hunt down K-Dubs. The battle of the American vehicles. I don't know. Personally, if I had to pick between those two, I think I'd rather be in the Viper right now.
Yeah. Dodge is my second favorite American brand, so I'm going to go with the Viper on this one.
Chuck, I think you might have cut out a little bit. Come back at us.
I think the Matrix has got him.
Matrix got him, yeah. All right. Yep, and Talon was able to get that overtake done as Flux was serving that penalty. So we stay on board with Talon right now, and he's going to be under pressure from Flux unless he can create a little bit of a gap here. Coming through the last turn towards the straight. Flux is definitely in the slipstream. Chuck, do we have you back? Yeah, we got you now.
There we go.
As Tism said, I think the Matrix got you.
Yeah. I'm here, though.
Okay. So we watch closely as Talon is doing everything he can to create a little bit more space between him and Flux. Was able to take that position again as Flux served his penalty. Flux, unfortunately, going to get another penalty as we saw him run just a hair wide there. And maybe not. Is it assessed? No. I could have sworn he was over the line, but maybe just an optical illusion. It does not look like he ended up with anything. And Fast Cougar is able to get up closer and put a little bit of pressure on Flux. So looking through the field, the question for me is who's next to hit the pits? 14 laps. Tism, what were you saying to expect out of the hards? 18 maybe?
Yeah, depending on the car, I think on a better hard stint, you'll get 18 or 19. I had to pit on lap 15 from the hard, so yeah, we'll see if KW or Vetter Dan has better tire wear on their hard stints.
And as we discuss that, Jorge is going to come into the pits and relinquish his lead for a brief pit stop and a tire change. He's just about a quarter of a tank of fuel, so imagine he's going to take some. Do you fill up, or do you just take as much as you need to get to the next stint?
Well, he might go softs, and that might allow him to not need to refuel, perhaps. But yep, he's back out on the softs, and it does look like I couldn't tell if he refueled or not. But if he did refuel, then it would have been just a little bit, which looks like that's what he did. So.
Okay.
Wade's tires are shot.
Yeah, you know, JK's tires don't look great either, so it makes me wonder if he's going to push for another lap or two, or come in and get a fresh set.
Cornbread's tires look a little better. Maybe slightly. Yeah,
Bobagito seems to have fairly good tread. He's got plenty of fuel. I mean, I think if I'm Bobagito, I'm going to be able to, you know, try and get a couple more laps out of those hard compounds. And there you get a good look at Talon. Also on the hards, just about a quarter of a tank of fuel. Flux, who is on the hards, but boy, his tire wear looks rough. And looks like we got a couple of guys. As you see, our leaders, Wade and P2JK, jumping into the pits to come off that medium compound. So Cornbread is going to take over the current lead. And where did Jorge come out? It looks like he came out in P8, so he is down there.
Stumpy says, I thought it was my cat. Sorry, Stumpy.
Jorge is putting the pressure on Fast Cougar at the moment. As you see him tuck inside, he's going to go ahead and position himself to get this pass done before P1. There you go, making that pass on Fast Cougar. Flux Flair next on his checklist to get by. And Jorge is not shy about putting pressure on somebody. There you go, pulling up next to Flux, and he's got that done right away. Wasted no time getting himself back up into P4. Yeah, those soft tires make all the difference. Taking a look at Talon, who is running those hards to the ground. And I cannot blame him. And Jorge is next in line there with that soft compound, who he is definitely looking to sneak back most of the positions he has lost here on just a couple laps. Cornbread, our current leader, who has Bobagito
Ohioan.
closely behind. What was that, Chuck? I'm sorry.
No, fellow Ohioan, a
there you go.
Doritos powered Dorito engine.
And it looks like Bobagito is in the slip. He's going to go ahead and step onto the inside and get himself a lead position here from Cornbread. Bobagito's still on the hard compounds. I would imagine he's got enough for maybe 1 or 2 more laps on that Genesis. It can guzzle some of the fuel quickly. So is this his last lap on that compound, or will he be changing? Callan, who is still under pressure, or well, was under pressure from Jorge, who has now tucked himself. No? Yep, there you go. On the inside, made the pass. I didn't see Callan in frame. It threw me off for a second. Sorry about that. So Jorge moves up into P3, only a few laps after his pit stop. And Bobagito and Cornbread we will see next, I would imagine, making a pit stop. As we're creeping up here on the halfway point in the final. So Talon is really doing a pretty good job trying to keep up there with Jorge, considering the difference in their tire compounds. Bobagito's fuel does not look awesome, although I think he drove by the pit, didn't he? Or did he go in? Cornbread has gone in.
Cornbread needs to go in.
Bobagito did not. I hope that is not an ill-advised decision. Let's see if he can make it.
Cornbread.
Yeah, he's cutting that fuel close. It looks like he has a strategy that he wants to work, and he's going to run it. And there is P4, Wade CVR. A little bit of no man's land. He's got about 3.5 seconds. So JK, who has almost filled his entire tank, onto the hard compounds.
Hard's on Cornbread. I called it.
Yeah, and Tism, on that pit stop, is there any reason to really fill your tank up, or is the theory just take as much gas as you know those tires are going to run?
Well, the hard tires will last about as long as a full tank, so if he's going to try to get the longest stint possible out of the hards, then refueling to the max is probably going to be the best bet.
Okay, so that looks to be what he has done. So here is Talon, who's still rocking those hards. Bobagito, who, impressive to me, has made it through that lap. I was worried he was going to run out of fuel. And he almost certainly has to hit the pits. Yes, he's going to tuck inside and get himself a fresh set of rubber and some fuel, much needed. Putting Jorge back into the lead. And that's going to create a pretty good gap there between Jorge and Wade. So it looks like Jorge is currently sitting with about 7 seconds between him and the next driver in Wade CVR. There is JK, who's worked his way back up into P3 after some of the pit stops.
Pits back there too. Yep.
We take a look at Flux Flare, who's currently on the medium compounds, about a half a tank of fuel. Callan is in the pits. Flux going to drive by there. Talon coming out, and it looks like he's going to get himself right behind this pack. We're going to ride along with Flux Flare here for just a moment. You can see behind him is Cornbread, Fast Cougar, and then not far behind that is Talon. Talon looks like he might be trying to make a move on Fast Cougar. I couldn't quite see that, but we'll get a better look at it shortly. Nope, Talon is still positioning to get next to and or by Fast Cougar. Tism, Chuck, did you guys see which compound Talon came out on?
I did not.
Okay. We'll take a look at that here shortly. And it looks like Flux Flare is gaining a little bit of ground on Cornbread. As you see that delta there.
Limit's way out there, way wide, unless that was netcode.
You know, I almost stopped trying to call those. Every time I said that, I've been wrong.
Yeah.
So I can confirm that Talon came out on the mediums for this stint.
Okay, thank you. So, looks like Talon may have a tire advantage on a few of the vehicles ahead of him, as I know I saw that I think Fast Cougar was on the hards. Oh, no, Fast Cougar on the mediums, so maybe that was Cornbread I'm thinking on the hard. Okay, there we go. As you see, Fast Cougar is going to go ahead and tuck himself on the inside to position for a pass before they get to turn one. Talon is currently in the slipstream with Cornbread. It is possible he could make a move here in the next few turns. Well done by Fast Cougar. Talon definitely has the pace to get himself around Cornbread at this point. Let's see how patient he will be. Looked like he took a peek and decided to hold off for a little bit longer. Cornbread may be running a touch defensive, knowing the Talon is back there. Oh, maybe a netco. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Definitely netcode.
It looked like there might have been a touch of contact and Talon ran off, but I don't think either of those actually happened.
Netcode.
And here we go. Talon is on the bumper of Cornbread. He's going to fake outside, go inside, get himself a nice position. Really good looking pass done there by Talon. Well done to get himself up into P7. Now he's going to try and hunt down Fast Cougar.
Fake to the outside, duck to the inside.
Yeah, that is a good move. And I mean, if you're trying to be defensive and you see the guy swerving outside, a lot of times you want to almost block sometimes, and you'll kind of move out of the way for them sneaking back to the inside. So Talon is just outside of slipstream range, maybe just in it. I'm not sure there. Not quite enough to get him close to put pressure on Fast Cougar for a pass right here, but I would imagine here in the next lap or two he'll be able to put some more pressure on as we jump back up to the front with Jorge, who is just about 7 seconds ahead of our next driver in Wade CBR.
Just walking away with it.
He is. And Jorge and Wade are both on the soft compound, so looks like those two are on a very similar strategy. As we look at JK, who is on the racing hard, I believe.
I will say that for Jorge and Wade, the gap when they came out of the pits was right about 7 seconds, so they've been running pretty much similar pace on these soft tires so far.
Lobigito,
Yeah.
I like that number on the side of your car. 12 car Ryan Blaney. Let's go.
And that, you know, to your point, that definitely says something for Wade, as we've seen Jorge can be so dominant in some situations. To be able to run, you know, comparable laps to what he's doing really puts you in a good position to, you know, bring this one down to the wire and make a close race out of it. So we see Talon, who's still trying to hunt down Fast Cougar, has not been able to really gain as much ground as I personally anticipated he would through these last lap or two. We're just over the halfway point. Vetter Dan, who's going to go ahead and tuck into the pits. He has been on the soft compounds, yep, and he is going to swap off of those. Jersey also on the soft compounds, who's currently running in P10. He's going to jump up to P9 as he goes ahead and drives by the pits here. Vetter Dan will need to take some fuel in addition to a fresh set of tires. And there is Jazam! Who's going to get himself into P11. Back up to the front with Jorge, who is pretty low on fuel. We saw, I'm trying to remember, Chuck, was it about that much fuel that Oak had as he ran that last lap? We thought he was going to run out. Jorge thought wiser of it to jump into the pits.
Yeah,
So Wade is going to make a pass, so possibly could have got another lap in, but Jorge thought the better of it to get in without any major issues. And
We need
Wade
to
is
keep
going
an
to...
eye out on Wade's in lap. Getting an extra lap on the softs, that might help him close the gap to Jorge in a little bit.
That's a very good point. We will watch that closely as we look at JK, who is about 20 seconds off Wade's CBR at this point. He's on the racing hards, has plenty of fuel to run those tires down. There's Bobagito, who has gotten on the soft compound. About a quarter tank there. And he's probably got, well, I don't know, what, about 4 or 5, probably 4 more laps on those softs, maybe? That might be pushing it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Maybe
Yeah, the Genesis
4.
can kind of chew up the tires and also the fuel sometimes, so. Jorge has come out in P4 currently. He's gone with a completely topped off tank of fuel and the hard compound. So, I don't know, is that Jorge's last stop?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Go for the long run on the hards. See how it works out for him.
Yeah, taking the hards at the end of the race. I mean, anybody ended up with that soft compound we saw on the previous race, they can certainly close ground quickly to some of the hard runners. But as you look at Flux Flair, who is about 39 seconds off of our leader, about 6 seconds behind Jorge, and just a second and a half ahead of Fast Cougar. Flux appears to have been able to keep the car on track and avoid the penalties through his last few laps.
I was just thinking that exact same thing, but I also didn't want to be the one to curse him in case he did immediately get a penalty right after that. But it looks like, yeah, I mean, he's keeping it on track, keeping it clean. So let's see if he can keep ahead of Fast Cougar, who looks like he's slowly but surely gaining on him, almost in that slipstream range as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. The announcer's curse can be real, but Flux is finding a way to get around it at this point in time. Good for you. I don't ever want to curse anybody. I just, you know.
It just happens.
We're going to stay on board with Flux for just a minute here as we watch. Fast Cougar is trying to get himself a little bit closer, and Talon's not far behind there. So these three guys seem to be teaming up a little bit here. Just taking a look at chat there. Where's Bob? Who's Bob?
Bobagito.
Ah, Bobagito, thank you, okay. The Boba. Taking a look at
Boba
K-Dub, who is all by himself right now. He's got about 4 seconds between him and the car behind him in Shazam, and Cornbread's about 20 seconds ahead. There is Wade, who is currently in P3 in the pits, dropping down to P4. He's coming off the soft compound. Looks like he filled his tank all the way up, so I imagine he's going to the hards, and that he did. So we jump up to the current leader in JK85, who has just over 3 seconds over Bob, or Bobagito. Bobagito has just over 7 seconds on Jorge. And it looks like Bobagito is going to need a pit here in the next, I don't know, 2-3 laps, based on the tire wear there and fuel. So Tism, we're just past, we're about 5 laps past the halfway point. It looks like we're seeing these guys really execute their strategies to the T. Do you expect any shakeups between now and the end of the race?
Well, with Jorge and Wade finished their pit stops, the rest of their race is just going to be handled on track. I mean, there's still a few pit stops to go around. So at this point, if drivers are going to end on the hards, the longer that they can go on their current set of tires, the less they'll have to do on the hards, and also the less fuel they'll have to put in. So that could play into their advantage a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think everything's going to kind of calm down a little bit until towards the end of this race.
Well, as we say that, here goes Fast Cougar, who was in the slipstream of Flux Flare, took a look outside. I don't think he was quite able to. He might have been able to drive next door, and they're going to go into turn 1 too wide. Flux Flare and Fast Cougar remaining side by side. Fast Cougar ends up tucking back behind Flux, so maybe a sign of things to come. Fast Cougar may be trying to get himself up ahead. You can see Flux Flare's tire wear doesn't look very good. There you go. Fast Cougar has gotten that pass done over Flux, and Talon will be next. So Talon's going to tuck himself on the inside there. Wasn't able to quite get it done. Maintains his position on the bumper. He's looking inside, but just wasn't quite able to get the run out of that turn that he needed to gain the ground. Lost a little bit of space to Flux. Talon has very good tire wear right now compared to Flux, so you would imagine this last section of the track will be the difference maker. As you see Talon towards the outside as they come down towards the hairpin, and he is going to get it done there, get to the apex, and shut the door on Flux.
Yeah, I think Flux went a little bit too long in this medium stint. That front left is just in absolute shambles.
And we get a look of Fast Cougar making that pass there on Flux Flare. And there you see Talon, who is beginning his hunt to get that position from Flux. So now Fast Cougar and Bobagito is going to come into the pits. Flux Flare also came into the pits, which I would say is no surprise looking at how bad those tires looked. Flux did not have a whole lot of fuel left either. So back to
spot to jump back up to P6.
Yeah, and back up to our leader, who's got a pretty substantial gap right now. There is Cornbread in P6, as you mentioned, who is trying to hunt down Wade. As we know, they are CBR teammates, but they are going to have to try and beat each other for that P5 position. And there's Jorge, all by himself. He's got a 10-second gap between him and our leader in JK, and about 8 seconds between him and Fast Cougar. And Jorge just seems to be running his race.
I wonder if something happened to Wade, because it looks like the gap between him and Jorge is a lot larger than it was before the second round of pit stops.
And there is Wade, to your point, in P6.
like Wade's Mr. What's the duck decal on the rear quarter panel decal called? Looks like a bird or like Mr. Horsepower or something like that.
Oh, I'm not familiar.
Get into some drag racing. You can see it on the quarter window.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out. There you go.
Yeah,
There's
there
a
you go,
look.
right there.
It looks like a cross between Woody Woodpecker and Daffy Duck.
Yeah, I've seen that before in the drag racing world.
Yeah, I think it's one of the mascots for like one of the, I don't know if it's a fuel company or perhaps like maybe a gas tank. I've seen it before, yeah, now that you say that.
Yeah.
So here is Fast Cougar, who is going to be under a little bit of pressure from Callan. Callan's less than a second behind him. Callan trying to do everything he can to get himself in position to take a podium spot away from Fast Cougar. Fast Cougar is putting the wide body kit there on the McLaren. Trying to stay in the way of Callan, not let him by. And you'll see the tire difference isn't too much of a difference, really. Looks like their tire wear is pretty comparable, both on the medium tires.
We got confirmation from chat. The
Thrush
duck
headers.
logo is Thrush Headers.
Yep,
Rush headers. There you go. Thank you. Thanks. Good call out, Jason. So we're watching this battle closely between Callan and Fast Cougar. So these two guys are just under a second apart. It closes a little bit here on the straight as Callan gets into the slipstream. Will he be able to get enough ground on Fast Cougar to make a turn through the back half of this section? Or to make a pass, excuse me. Just over a half second between those two cars, so it seems like Callan is closing that gap. Tism, would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. It went from about 1.6 a few laps ago to now just about a half a second. Starting to run out of medium tires, so let's see if he can get the move done before he needs to pit. But yeah, it's going to be close. We'll see how everything turns out after their next set of pit stops.
Yeah, Tism, I think you touched on another piece of the strategy that, some drivers may work is, do you really push to get a pass done when it's going to cost you potential tire wear that you're going to need for your strategy, right? Or is it more important to make sure your strategy stays in play as opposed to just getting one position?
Well, I think that's what makes some of these races really interesting because, you'll come into the race with a certain plan and, you may find yourself needing to pivot. I've had to pivot from certain pitch strategies in the past. So, yeah, you got to play the pitch strategy based off of what's currently happening. You may want to do one strategy, but, circumstances may cause you to maybe undercut or try to overcut somebody even. So, yeah, I mean, who knows? We're not in the drivers' heads. They know what their strategies are and what their alternatives are, if any. So we can only look from the outside and see how everything plays out.
Gotcha. And that is why they run the race, right? So we are watching currently. There is Jorge, who's in P2. Just about 9 seconds between him and our leader in JK. So Jorge has some ground to make up before he's going to catch up to JK.
Curious, with 10 laps to go, what are the tire wear looking like between JK and Jorge?
If I'm not mistaken, I think JK may still have to pit again, but I could be wrong. So we got confirmation from our broadcast team that he does still have to run the softs. So yeah, he's going to run those hards for as long as he can and then finish off on the softs, however many laps that'll be for him.
Jorge's just sitting back there waiting to take that position back.
And what a well-executed strategy we've seen from our current leader in JK and also Jorge. The battle for the last podium position continues as Talon seems to be pretty much still in that same delta but behind Fast Cougar, between a half second, maybe a tenth here or there, give or take, but these two are both going to have to come into the pits and get on their final compound shortly, and it looks like that's going to be the softs. There's our P6 driver, Cornbread.
About half on the hards.
Yep, kind of by himself, so he's got a little bit of room to dial in and run his best laps. Currently, Jorge is holding our fastest lap with a 141.112. You see Flux Flare currently trying to gain a little bit of ground there on K-Dubs. Shazam! Back in P10.
Bam!
And it looks like the folks that started hards and then went mediums are going to be coming into the pits here in the next couple laps. So, Tism, to your point, you know, I wonder if they're going to try and get all 8 laps out of those softs. I mean, if it's me, I'd like to... If you know the softs are good for 8, I kind of want to try and run 7. Oh, and Talon ends up with a half-second penalty. Is you see Wade is going to go ahead... I'm sorry, Fast Cougar has gone into the pits. So that actually probably worked out pretty well for Talon. If you're going to get a penalty, that might have been the time to do it. And he is going to run at least one more lap. I would imagine just one, looking at that front left.
Yeah, it looks like that front left is about to go on strike.
It's not happy.
Yeah.
Talon, your front left called that it wants a new tire.
That is looking chewed up.
So as it stands right now, if the race finished, JK in first. Jorge is currently in second. Talon on our last podium position. Wade CVR has moved up into the 4th position there. And I would imagine Wade's going to put some pressure on Talon here as he serves. In addition to the fact that Talon's probably going to hit the pits either this or next lap. He's got the fuel. I don't know if he has the tread to do 2 more laps, or to do one after this. And you can see that delta between Wade and Talon starting to drop.
When it comes to the tire wear, you ideally want to try to keep an eye on the drop off. Like, the drivers all know what their pace is on each of the tires, and if you start, I would say for me, if I start running about a second slower than what I would do on fresher tires, that's when I know it's time to pit. So they're keeping an eye on that drop off. I'm not sure how they run the tires so low. Personally, I wouldn't do that, but you know, again, this goes back to all the drivers knowing what their strats are and what they need to do to make it to the end of the race.
Again, we saw Talon dip into the pits there. Cornbread has also done the same. So Bobagito is going to move himself up into P4. Wade is currently in P3. Jorge in P2. And JK up in the lead in P1.
But with JK still having to make a pit stop, I think we saw that he was about 34 or so seconds ahead of Bobagito. If he comes out behind Bobagito, I wonder if he will... I think someone had mentioned it earlier. I wonder if he'll be able to chase down Bobagito for that last podium spot at the end of the race.
It is turning out to be a little bit closer than we saw in the previous race. So the strategies are playing out for these guys. We're getting down to the point where we will expect some of the guys coming in for their final stint on softs to be making that pit. Yeah, and Jorge is closing that gap on JK at the moment.
JK's really pushing that fuel too. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes. Okay, so he's into the pits. So that will put Jorge up into the lead. And he is currently about 12 seconds ahead of Wade. There is Wade currently in our final podium position right now. He should move up to P2 as he passes the pits with JK. And there you have Bobagito coming around the final turn, hitting the straight. Is he going to get up ahead of JK? It looks like he will. Maybe? Yes, yeah, there it is. Okay, so JK is coming out on a fresh set of softs. So here we go, Tuzum. Let's see. Was that Tuzum or Chuck? I'm sorry.
It was me, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Let's see if your strategy or your guess is going to play out here with these guys. And we obviously saw in the previous race that, you know, those soft compounds here at the end of the race can make an enormous difference. Although Jorge appears to have a winning strategy in play. There he is. He's got 12 seconds between him and Wade. Plenty of fuel, plenty of tread. There is P2 Wade, who's got pretty significant gap between him and both in front and behind. Bobagito with only about a 2-second lead over JK. JK with a pretty comfortable lead over the next driver and Fast Cougar. Fast Cougar under a little bit more pressure from Callan, so we've seen a really good race from these two. Very competitive between both drivers. Cornbread is a little bit back behind Callan. I don't know that he's going to be able to catch him unless something unforeseen happens. Jersey is a little bit of space between him and Cornbread as well as him and K-Dubs. K-Dubs, who might end up with a little bit of pressure from Jazam, potentially. And there is Vetter Dan, who's trying to close that gap and get himself into P10. So here we go, we're on board with JK. We've got only a few more laps for these guys to go. And he is purple. He's going to go ahead and hunt down Bobagito here. Let's see how long it takes him to get by. Significant tire difference there, obviously.
Might be able to attack him in the next straight if he can exit this next sequence pretty good.
Looks like he's doing a very good job keeping himself in position to get a pass done. Peek inside, a little late on the brake, and he's going to make it work.
You called it, Tom.
Nicely done.
You called it.
Tuzum was looking into his crystal ball there and told us what was going to happen perfectly. So JK's got about 5 laps left to make up a 10-second gap between him and Wade CBR.
We got a message from Vetter Dan. He said he had a wheel disconnect.
Oh, another engine failure, unfortunately, today.
And he's on the T598 like me, too.
So is that a Thrustmaster?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we've still not seen Jorge's fastest lap get beat, although we know JK wants a piece of it. So he
Do we
was about
know-
10 seconds off of Wade's pace. The delta is now down at the 8-second mark. Chisholm, sorry, go ahead.
Do we know what the points are after split 2?
We do not.
Okay.
I have not seen an updated graphic. I think somebody had said the Lambo was going to be up by 4 points after the previous race, but I'm not sure where that information came from. So there's JK, who's put up another purple sector. And down below the 7-second mark between him and Wade. Will we have another shootout in the final lap for P2 and 3? It's shaping up to be a possibility. There you see Bobagito, just doing everything he can to keep up with JK there. Fast Cougar, who's going to be under a little bit of pressure from Talon here shortly.
JK does take fastest lap. He did a 141.015.
There it is. So he's upset the theory, and I would imagine that Jorge's not going to be able to beat the 141 on the hard compounds. Unless another one of our drivers that has taken softs can best the 141.0. And you see Talon is closing on Fast Cougar. That delta's dropping. He can get himself into that slipstream range. It'll give him a great opportunity to get a pass done here in the last few laps. And as we said, Talon can be quite methodical. He's very, very good. One of those names I don't want to look back and see in my review mirror.
He's going to have to do a little bit of tire management with about 3.5 laps left on those racing softs. He's gonna want to push to get in front of Fast Cougar, but he's also got to manage the tires and make sure he can at least finish this race.
Yeah, and to your point, Fast Cougar's on the softs as well. Talon may have ran a bit wide on that last turn. I hope it does not cost him. Let's see what happens. Looks like he came out unscathed. And, you know, Fast Cougar really is doing a good job. It seems to be he's keeping Talon about 1.5 seconds behind him. The deltas come in and gone out a little bit, just a 10th here, a 10th there, but Talon has not been able to close that gap and put any pressure on Cougar. So looking at Jake.
Oh, wow. It's only 4 seconds behind Wade now with about 2 3/4 laps left. We might see a last lap showdown for P2 at this point.
Yeah, he has eyes on Wade there. He only has 3 laps to close that 3-second delta. So based on what we've seen up until this point, it is certainly possible. And there is Talon, who's got himself within about 1 second of Fast Cougar. So he's knocked off about 1/2 second between those two vehicles. And Chisholm, to your point, you know, take a look at Talon's tire wear. They're getting down there. You know, he's got basically 2 laps to go. They're not great. They're not horrible either. Fast Cougars are in a pretty similar situation, if you ask my opinion.
Yeah, I think Fast Cougars, his tires might be just a little bit worse off, so yeah, he could be under threat as well. We might see 2 separate battles for towards the last lap. JK
so JK
now,
is, yeah. Go ahead.
within 1.5 seconds of Wade, just shy of getting that slipstream. Yeah, he's going to be in striking distance really soon, but we know there's a difference between catching up to someone and passing them. And his tires, he's still got some tread left. I'm sure that his tires in their current state are going to be better than Wade's in their current state. Wade is getting some tire wear as well. They don't look quite terrible, but still, worn softs are definitely going to be faster than worn hards.
Well, certainly no lack of excitement on the ending of our previous race with this group. It looks like they are shaping up to do something similar for us here today in the final in the PHG World Series. Make sure and like and subscribe if you haven't already. Go ahead, Mustang, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying triple secret probation final.
So let's take a look. Here is JK, who is now able to put the pressure onto Wade. And we are going to be starting our final lap. We're going to ride along with these two for just a moment here. I believe Jorge has about a 10-second lead over Wade. And let's see what's going to happen here between JK and Wade. JK's going to peek inside. Doesn't look like he had enough to quite get that pass done. Wade is going to maintain his line. And here comes the pressure from JK. So Wade, who is doing everything he can to keep that car in the way, goes defensive to the inside. Looks like JK might have missed the brake a little bit and had to kind of back off a smidge. Trying to peek inside. Can't get it done. There. Waiting for another opportunity. Back on board. Looks like Talon is a little bit further off of the pace of Fast Cougar, so maybe we stay here and let's watch this. Peeking onto the inside, not able to get it done there. Heavy on the gas, right onto the bumper. He's going to go to this, put him on the outside for this hairpin. Let's see how this shapes out.
Switcheroo?
Is there a switcheroo brewing? There is not. Wade's able to hold him off. And I believe Jorge is coming around the final turn if he hasn't already. There it is. Jorge is going to bring home the victory. And let's go back and take a look and see what's going on in our 2 and 3. I see Wade.
Oh, something happened to JK.
Something
3 seconds back now.
happened to JK. Can we get another look? Oh, perfect. So we saw JK putting the pressure on. Oh, he just got a little bit slippery there. Couldn't quite keep himself in the mix to take away that third position, and that is how they're going to finish. What a great race. Wow. So we've got Jorge taking up 1, Wade with 2, JK in 3. Fast Cougars in 5th, Talons in 6th, Cornbread's in 7th. There's K-Dub, who's going to bring home a P8.
I think that's respectable for Viper and Top Split.
And K-Dub looks like he's going to be able to hold on to that position. He's got a couple seconds between him and the next driver in Jersey. And there it is, P8 for Team Viper, P9 with Jersey. Jazam! Coming into P10. And Vetterdan had a tough race. I know he had some equipment malfunctions throughout that with a P11. Congratulations to Jorge in your final victory in this season PHG World Series. Well done. I would imagine that may boost Team BMW up to the top of the leaderboard. So, we'll run through the classified results here. We have Jorge, as we saw, Team BMW with a P1. Wade CBR in P2 in the Ferrari and the Huracan. JK not able to get that pass done on Wade there at the end of the race with the little slippy. Unfortunate for him, but a very good race nonetheless. Bobagito coming in P4 with Team Genesis. Fast Cougar in P5 in the McLaren. Then you have Talon in the GTR Nismo in P6. Cornbread in P7 in the Mazda. K-Dub 47 coming in P8, as you mentioned. That is respectable with the Viper. Jersey in the Supra coming in P9. Jazam in P10 in the Citroën. Vetter Dan in the Corvette in P11, and Flux Flare with an unfortunate P12 in his second race of the day. So that was an incredible race. Shaggy really gave us some insight as to what he expected. It really did come down to that last lap between 2 and 3. So let me turn it over to you, gentlemen. Mustang, Chuck, what would you say? Who would you say is your driver of the split for this?
I would have to say my driver of the split has to be Jorge as the winner, because he is just a masterclass in strategy. That's going to be my call on who the driver of the day is picked for me.
Susan, what about you? Who would you say your driver of the split is for that one?
I'm going to give my driver of the day to JK. Did a slightly different strategy to most of the other drivers and was charging his way up the podium. Almost had P2, but couldn't quite make it in the end. But he did steal fastest lap from Jorge, so that's 1 point away from BMW and into Lamborghini's pocket. So, yeah, JK 85 will get my vote.
Yeah, I'm going to take Jorge on this one. I love a good strategy. It looked like he executed that absolutely to the T. It was somewhat of a dominant victory here, being 10 seconds ahead of the next opponent there. So I have trouble picking anybody else but our winner on that one. So kudos to Jorge Sr. on that. Wow, what an incredible season we got to see here with the PHG World Series. I mean, we saw a little bit of everything, maybe with the exception of snow. I don't think we saw any snow. So maybe something to keep in mind for the next season there, Shaggy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Man, I'm kind of at a loss for words that the season is over. It's been so much fun being a part of this. Tism, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a really fun race series. Like I mentioned earlier, I wish I could have. I wish I joined in earlier, especially considering that I missed a Nürburgring race. But yeah, I mean, it's a great series that's put together. Nothing but respect to all the drivers that I shared the track with this season, and I'm looking forward to what twists we get for season 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Chuck, how about you? Any closing thoughts here?
I haven't been as involved as I would have liked to have been. Just been a busy summer, but from what I've caught, when I've been able to catch it, it's been just a blast just watching it and commentating, and it's been a great time. And looking forward to the next season, and hoping to jump back up here in the booth and have a great time commentating and watching the races with y'all.
Yeah, I mean, you touch on something that's really been exciting for me, and so many new people have joined us in the booth throughout the season. Such talent that we've seen come out of the PHG community. So many of you guys are smart enough, you know enough about racing to be able to jump in here and just jump into commentary like it's been your job. Has been so much fun to watch and be a part of. So, I really enjoyed working with everybody throughout this season. We've seen some incredible production behind the scenes, whether it be TK's, Sal. I think Mr. Casual did some production as well. Really, really good, top-notch production all the way through. I can't say enough about the community. The PhD community is just so special to me. It means a lot to be able to be part of such a welcoming group of people. Yeah, we do a little bit of racing too, which is fun. Great Racers, Better People speaks so many volumes to me. Big shout out to Papa. We know that you've had a lot going on this year. Like I said earlier, you got a wonderful community behind you. Everybody loves you here. So just absolutely ecstatic to be a part of this community, to be in the Discords, to get on track with some of the talented folks we have. Shaggy, wonderful job with the races and the combos, and man, you have given us some incredible races throughout this season. We look forward to what you're going to bring to the table next time. Man, I'm trying to think. What am I forgetting here, guys?
I can't really think of anything.
Yeah,
Great races, better people, man. Just great community, great commentators, and great chat responses. It's awesome. It's a fun time.
absolutely. If you're looking for an awesome community to join, and you're not in this one yet, get in it. Get on the Discord, jump on track with people, jump into some of the streams, watch these guys just do their practice, and there is so much to learn just from watching and talking to other people in the community. So it's turned me into a competitive driver when initially I didn't think I had a chance against some of these folks. So much fun. I think the next big thing we're all looking forward to is probably the NRL, which is probably coming up very soon. So keep your ears and eyes open for more information on that. In the meantime, I think that's about all we can cover for today. Excellent racing. Congratulations to all our drivers from this season. Absolutely well done from everybody that participated. It's been such a pleasure to be part of the PHG World Series. On behalf of Mustang Chuck, Tozenbox, Sal, Papa, and the entire PHG community, I'm SlowMoe. I appreciate all you guys, and I will catch you guys next time.